Chapter 142. When the rooster crowed in the east, the youth on the bed straightened his clothes and stood up. After a night's rest, coupled with the fact that Xiao Xiao's recovery ability was slightly better than an ordinary person's, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. Jin San, who was outside, leapt in through the window. Still somewhat worried about his injuries, he hesitantly asked, "Master." Xiao Xiao waved his hand and Jin San shut his mouth. He thought for a moment before saying, "Miss Jiang has already woken up and is outside the room." After Jin San left, Xiao Xiao surveyed his surroundings. Yesterday, he had been in a hurry, so he hadn't noticed anything. Now that he had woken up, the entire room seemed to be lingering with a faint fragrance. Only now did he realize that this was indeed a girl's boudoir. Ever since Xiao Xiao had taken over the embroidered uniform guard, he had received all kinds of missions. It wasn't that he had never seen a girl's boudoir, but in his heart, it was just an ordinary place, no different from a garden or a lake. Today, however, was the first time he realized that it was different. Thus, Xiao Yi Xiao, who never wasted time on senseless matters, seriously surveyed a girl's boudoir for the first time. Although it was a boudoir, it didn't really seem like one. Unlike other girls, there were no flowers or plants, no gorgeous gauze curtains, and no exquisite or beautiful decorations. For a young girl who had just reached marriageable age, it seemed a little too austere. Even Imo Tsong, as a man, seemed to be more particular about decorating the room than Jiang Ruan. Xiao Xiao had heard of Jiang Ruan's miserable life when she had been sent to the rural residence by Jiang Quan. If it was because of her thrifty habits, then it was understandable that she was unwilling to decorate the room too extravagantly. However, the gloomy jet-black color was somewhat unusual. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family usually loved to wear red. She also had a charming appearance. She should have been as passionate as a red fox, but her temperament was as cold and indifferent as a green snake. Looking around the room, the colors were mostly deep black. How could an ordinary girl like black? Xiao Xiao himself liked dark colors because his temperament was cold and cheerless and he matured a little earlier than his peers. However, Jiang Ruan was only a young girl after all. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled, as if he could see the deepest secrets in Jiang Ruan's heart through these dark colors. There was also a pile of books on the desk. Xiao Xiao casually flipped through them and discovered that they were books on the Jin dynasty's laws and military strategy. Only the older people would read such rigid and stiff things. However, the military strategy book had been flipped through so many times that it had yellowed. Clearly, the owner had read it often. Not only that, Xiao Xiao also discovered that these law books were not only the latest, but also those books that were also collected. He did not know why Jiang Ruan was reading them. He stood there quietly and pondered for a while before he looked away and slowly walked out of the door. In the outer room, Jiang Ruan was sitting in front of the window. However, the book on the table was not opened. With one hand supporting her chin, she looked out of the window, lost in thought. It was unknown what she was thinking about, but her expression was somewhat cold. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Ruan turned around and saw Xiao Xiao. She asked, "Why don't you rest more?" Ruanju could be considered an iron fence in the Jiangfu. No one dared to interfere. Jiang Ruan did not like to set excessive rules. Usually, the maids and older women were lazier than the people in the other courtyards. At this hour, she was awake, but some of the maids and older women in Ruanju had not yet woken up. Xiao Xiao was somewhat puzzled. However, the rooster had just crowed, yet Jiang Ruan looked like she had been awake for a long time. His gaze fell on the faint dark circles under Jiang Ruan's eyes and he understood. In the end, he felt a little apologetic and said, "You have worked hard." These words were said without rhyme or reason. Bai Ji, who was at the side, almost could not hold back her laughter. She lowered her head and quickly found an excuse to leave so that Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao could speak. Jiang Ruan nodded. She had always been a light sleeper. In fact, since her rebirth, although she looked calm and indifferent, she could not forget the nightmares of her previous life at night. Once she was awakened in the middle of the night by a nightmare, she could no longer sleep. If there was something on her mind, her sleep was even shallower. Last night, Xiao Xiao had suddenly appeared. After she had settled down, she went to the outer room. There were many thoughts in her mind, and she did not feel sleepy. If it were not for Bai Ji and Lien Qiao's repeated coaxing, she would not have been able to sleep for a few hours. Xiao Xiao sat opposite Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan's gaze fell on his chest and she asked, "Are your injuries better?" Xiao Xiao nodded, "I will leave in a while." "There is no need to be so anxious," Jiang Ruan looked at him and said, "It is not too late to leave after drinking a bowl of brown sugar water." Speaking of brown sugar water, Xiao Xiao's expression became somewhat stiff. It was not as if he did not know the effects of the brown sugar water. These days, Jiang Ruan had been drinking brown sugar water because of the kuei water. However, he was a man. If the brocade guards heard that he drank brown sugar water, how would he be able to convince them in the future? Jiang Ruan looked at his unnatural appearance and felt that it was somewhat funny. She changed the topic and said, "How many days will you be staying in the capital this time?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's expression became serious. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ruan understood a little. She only heard Xiao Xiao say, "Recently, the capital is not peaceful. You should also be more careful in the Fu. If something happens, just use the whistle I gave you." Jiang Ruan's eyes narrowed. The people of Nanjiang are going to make a move. Xiao Xiao was surprised. This was originally a secret of the palace. Even if an ordinary woman knew, they would not think about it in any other way. However, Jiang Ruan seemed to be very sensitive to these matters. His gaze towards Jiang Ruan unconsciously had a few more traces of admiration. "Yes. I understand." Jiang Ruan did not say much. She paused and then said, "You are already the target of public criticism. Since the people of Nanjiang are rampant in the capital, most of them will come for you. You should also pay attention." In her previous life, Jining Wang Xiao Xiao's name often seemed to be linked to the Nanjiang. In her previous life, when the late emperor was poisoned and Xian Li seized the throne, Xiao Xiao was also in the Nanjiang and could not rush back. If Xiao Xiao had still been in the capital at that time, she did not know how the situation would have developed. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruan was momentarily disappointed and frustrated. When she noticed Xiao Xiao's gaze on her, she slightly calmed down. Although she did not know the specific reason, she felt that Xiao Xiao and the southern frontier had some kind of indescribable relationship. She did not know whether it was because of a feud or some other reason, but in short, when Xiao Xiao faced the people of Nanjiang, he always carried a layer of viciousness. That layer of viciousness was very, very faint, but because Jiang Ruan was someone who had died once, she was very clear about that feeling. The corners of Xiao Xiao's mouth curved, his gaze softened, and he said, "All right." After a moment of silence, he said, "What do you plan to do with the Xia family? Do you want me to help you?" After Jiang Ruan had left yesterday, Tian Zhu had come to the room and clearly explained everything that had happened in the Jiang Fu these days, regardless of whether it was big or small. When Xiao Xiao heard that Yuya had schemed to frame Zhao Feizhou, he was very displeased. These people were like flies, always hovering around people, and it was very annoying. If Jiang Ruan agreed, he could think of a way to completely destroy the Xia Fu and eliminate any future troubles. "No need, I have a way," Jiang Ruan said. When it came to matters like revenge, there was no need to rely on manpower. If they were really to be like Xiao Xiao and completely annihilate them, wouldn't that be letting them off easy? Seeing her like this, Xiao Xiao did not insist and only said, "All right." The two of them continued to talk about matters unrelated to romance, which made Dewdrop, who was peeking from the window outside, want to bang her head against the wall. However, at this moment, Baiji hurriedly pushed open the door and came in, anxiously saying, miss, fourth young lady has come to the courtyard. At such an early hour, moreover, Jiang Dan usually did not come to the Wanju. Now that she was acting like this, it was indeed suspicious. Jiang Wan smiled faintly. Since she is so concerned about me, she must have heard some news last night. Now that she has rushed here without stopping, it is natural that she wants to block all escape routes. She looked at Xiao Xiao. I am afraid that you will not be able to leave now. Xiao Xiao stood up. I will go out now. There is no need, Jiang Wan smiled. This fourth younger sister of mine looks like a delicate little flower that does not reveal the mountains or do the waters. The things that she does will make you drop your glasses. If she finds out that I am here, it will affect your reputation. Xiao Xiao pursed his lips. He understood very well what reputation meant to a girl's family. Moreover, Jiang Wan was now Hong and Junju, and there were countless pairs of eyes staring at her. If something really happened, the spittle of the common people would be enough to drown her. Do you really think that this fourth younger sister of mine is just trying to tarnish my reputation? Jiang Wan smiled and shook her head. I am afraid that the person who harmed you last night will also have to find an excuse to search for you. I think it should be an assassin. If my guess is correct, Jiang Dan should have suspected my courtyard last night. At this moment, the outside of the Jiang Fu is probably already surrounded by several layers of people, just waiting for you to come out. As for me, the crime of harboring an assassin and being in cahoots with an assassin is much more serious. Because of his relationship with Empress Dowager Ida, if he had a relationship with an ordinary man, he could still defend himself. However, if he had a relationship with an assassin, even if the common people could tolerate it, the imperial family could not. The person who set the trap in Jiang Dan had only cooperated, thinking that once Xiao Xiao went out, he would not wait for him to reveal his identity before forcefully abducting him. He did not know whether he was too naive or stupid. Xiao Xiao frowned. He had not thought so much last night, and did not know that even a Shu daughter in this Fu had such complicated thoughts. She wanted to kill Jiang Wan at every turn. Although he was slightly angry in his heart, he also felt a little more pity for the young girl in front of him. He paused, lowered his eyes, and said, "Then I will blackmail you to go out now to prove that you have nothing to do with this matter. It would be better for you to go out and kill all those people." Jiang Wan said. Xiao Xiao stared blankly. It was not that he had not thought about it, but killing people at the door of the Jiang Fu might attract a lot of trouble in the future. There were some things that could not be exposed for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. Jiang Wan patted his arm. Don't worry. Since I dared to make you stay last night, I have already made preparations. Xiao Xiao stared at her, and the guilt he felt towards her deepened. He did not expect that a moment of impulsiveness would bring trouble to Jiang Wan. He naturally had 10,000 ways to escape, but none of them were secure enough. It was inevitable that he would leave behind something that could be used against him, and it would also bring trouble to Jiang Wan in the future. At this moment, hearing Jiang Wan say this, he thought that she had some good idea, and immediately listened attentively. Jiang Wan walked to the front of the soft couch in her inner room, and lifted the thick mattress to reveal the thick and heavy bedboard inside. She reached out and patted the bedboard, and felt along the edge of the bedboard. That bedboard, which seemed to have no gaps, was touched by her touch. Impressively, a crack appeared in one corner of the bedboard. She pulled it down forcefully, and the bedboard was firmly lifted, revealing a small iron door with a small lock on it. Jiang Wan felt a small silver key from the foot of the bed on the other side, and opened the iron lock. She lifted the iron board up, and said to him, "Go in." Impressively, it was a small secret passage. "It's not a secret passage." Seeing Xiao Xiao's startled appearance, Jiang Wan explained, "I don't have that much ability, it's just a storage room. Go in and stay for a while." This storage room had been built bit by bit since she returned to the Fu. In her previous life, when she was in the palace, she was fortunate enough to see a noble do this, but it was a secret passage. The Jiang Fu was besieged on all sides, and it was inevitable that someone would take advantage of her absence to ransack her room. Although she would not leave behind anything that could be used against her, this storage room could occasionally be used for emergencies. Xiao Xiao was also startled by Jiang Ruan's sudden entrance into the storage room. Hearing Baiji's urging voice, he did not hesitate and immediately jumped in. Jiang Ruan then restored the bed board to its original appearance. She put down the mosquito net. Lian Xiao's voice was somewhat anxious. "Fourth Miss has not woken up yet. Wait for Miss to freshen up before coming out. At present, her makeup has not been done. We are all sisters." Jiang Dan's voice came from afar, still as delicate and gentle as usual, but if one listened carefully, there was a trace of joy. Lian Xiao's anxious appearance fell into Jiang Dan's eyes, and she felt a little more confident in her heart. Last night, when her servant girl went to pour water, in the middle of the night, she saw Lian Xiao hurriedly walk out of the Ruanju next door, but she was heading towards the small kitchen. With some curiosity, she followed all the way, but heard Lian Xiao instructing the small kitchen to make a bowl of brown sugar water. There was nothing strange about this. Jiang Ruan had brought the sunflower water, and it was good to drink a bowl of brown sugar water in the middle of the night to nourish her body. But the strange thing was that Baiji also sent someone to fetch hot water. The servant girl thought that Jiang Ruan wanted to wash her body in the middle of the night, so she turned around and unintentionally mentioned it to Jiang Dan. Jiang Dan, on the other hand, was somewhat scheming. Jiang Ruan had never been someone who liked trouble, and she had never felt uncomfortable because of the sunflower water. In the middle of the night, it was really too much work for the servant girls. She paid attention and sent someone to investigate. Sure enough, she bribed the old woman who was in charge of cleaning and guarding the Ruanju, and found out that Baiji had poured out a basin of water, and that the water had the smell of blood. Jiang Dan's intuition told her that there must be a reason for this. Coincidentally, her personal servant Yu had an elder brother who was on duty at the gatehouse. When she returned at night, she met the gatehouse's manservant, who said that the capital's city gate commander, Yan Dong, was leading troops to catch the assassin. As if enlightened, Jiang Dan immediately had a guess in her heart. She was afraid that the assassin was currently in Jiang Ruan's room. Although she did not know why Jiang Ruan wanted to save the assassin, the brown sugar water and clear water should have been prepared for this moment. Jiang Dan herself guessed that the assassin was threatening Jiang Ruan to do this, but for Jiang Dan, this was a hard-won opportunity. As long as Jiang Ruan was alive, she felt very uneasy. Now that there was an opportunity that was delivered to her doorstep, how could she not use it? Immediately, an idea formed in her heart. However, Jiang Dan had always been a calm person, and she was even more unwilling to beat the grass and alert the snake to Jiang Ruan. Moreover, it would take some time to find the city gate commander. If something unforeseen happened and the assassin escaped, it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket, and it would also cause the city gate commander to be unhappy. After thinking it over, Jiang Dan decided not to say anything for the time being. She calmed down and waited until the next morning to make plans. She only secretly sent someone to unintentionally remind the city gate commander that someone seemed to have seen the assassin in the vicinity of the Jiang residence. The city gate commander was not stupid. Yan Dong did not have an official document from the government, and he knew that he was in the wrong. He could not casually enter the Jiang residence to capture someone. Moreover, Jiang Quan's rank was much higher than his. Even so, he could wait at the entrance of the Jiang Fu and catch a turtle in a jar. If this had happened in the past, it would have been impossible for Jean Eyre and Jean San to see it. However, it just so happened that Xiao Xiao had been injured last night, and the two of them had left the Fu to do what Xiao Xiao had instructed them to do. Tian Zhu had been busy helping Jiang Ruan, and this had given Jiang Dan's people the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The gatekeeper had been standing guard all night, but no one had come out of Jiang Ruan's courtyard. This had made him even more certain that the assassin was still in Jiang Ruan's room. Jiang Dan felt a burst of joy in her heart. Harboring an assassin and hiding him in her own boudoir. Even Empress Dowager Ida would not be able to protect Jiang Ruan, and she might even take away her jade disc. Moreover, with Jiang Ruan's reputation completely ruined, what good prospects would she have in the future? Thinking of this, her footsteps quickened. When she reached the door of Jiang Ruan's room, she did not wait for Tian Zhu and Lu Zhu to speak. She took the initiative to lift the curtain and said with a smile, "De Jijia." It was extremely quiet in the room. The uniquely shaped bronze deer at the corner of the table slowly exhaled the bitter fragrance of the duruo. The dark black curtain swayed gently, and a shadow of a woman could be vaguely seen in it. Jiang Dan's gaze swept over the incense, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curled. Everyone knew that Jiang Ruan usually disliked using incense. Every month, Ruan Ju did not want the incense that was distributed to her. Today, for the first time, she had used the fragrance of the duruo. Her purpose was clear. If it was not to conceal the smell of blood, then what was it? As she thought of this, Jiang Dan took a few steps forward. "De Jijia." "Fourth Miss," Lu Zhu stopped her. "Miss is still resting. Yesterday, her body was not feeling well, so she woke up a little late today." Jiang Dan laughed. "What kind of joke is this?" Just now, Lian Xiao said that De Jijia had already woken up, but she had not dressed yet. Why is she lying down now? Could it be that Dan Yang is not welcomed? As she spoke, she wanted to move forward again, but Lu Zhu was in front of her. When Jiang Dan laughed, Yu grabbed Lu Zhu with surprising strength. She laughed and said, "De Jijia and Fourth Miss are blood sisters. Could it be that you still want to be angry over such a small matter?" "Exactly." As Jiang Dan said this, she had already walked to the side of Jiang Ruan's bed. A glint flashed in her eyes, and she immediately reached out to lift the dark black curtain. As soon as the dark-colored curtain was lifted, the scene inside was revealed. Each of the four corners had an exquisite flower pouch hanging, and the fragrance was fragrant. Jiang Ruan was lying on the bed, wearing only a light-colored undergarment. Her hair was slightly messy, and her eyes were closed as she rested. Hearing movement, she opened her eyes, and a pair of black and white eyes stared at Jiang Dan. Her eyes were as moist as a clear mountain spring, but there was an inexplicable deep meaning flowing within them. Jiang Ruan's voice was slightly cold. "Fourth sister really does not regard herself as an outsider. You even dare to lift my curtain at will." Jiang Dan stood rooted to the ground, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She saw that the curtain was empty, and besides Jiang Ruan, there was nothing else. Chapter 143. Lifting the curtain, it was empty. Just now, Lu Zhu and Lian Xiao's unusual behavior had already made Jiang Dan certain that the person was in the room. How could she be reconciled now? She could not wait to look inside and outside the curtain. However, no matter how she looked, it was only a small area. In the blink of an eye, she could see everything clearly. There was clearly no one else, as if it was all a joke. Jiang Dan forced a smile and looked at the incense rising from the copper deer. "De Jijia has always disliked this incense. Why did you use it today?" "I don't really like it," Jiang Ruan said slowly. "It's just to cover up the fishy smell in the room." Jiang Dan suddenly looked up, somewhat puzzled as to why Jiang Ruan would say this. Wouldn't this mean that she admitted it? Jiang Ruan smiled. "My period is coming, and my body is not feeling well. How can fourth sister look at me like that?" Jiang Dan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was certain that Jiang Ruan was simply playing with her. Such words would only embarrass her, but she could not find any words to refute. Looking around the room, Jiang Ruan's room did not have many decorations. Apart from the soft couch, it would be difficult to hide a living person. Jiang Dan was disappointed, but she also had some doubts. For a moment, she stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yuan sat up from the couch. As she combed her long hair, she said, "Fourth sister will enter the palace to participate in the consort selection in a few days." "Yes." Jiang Dan was shocked and replied with her head lowered. "I see that fourth younger sister has been very happy these past few days." Jiang Yuan looked at her fingernails as if nothing had happened. "Since this is the case, you should properly stay in the house every day. If something were to happen at this critical juncture, then, it would be such a pity." There was a trace of coldness in her words, and Jiang Dan could naturally hear the warning in them. She could not help but shiver. She had seen Jiang Ruan's methods before. If something were to happen before this, wouldn't all of her efforts be wasted? Even though she was extremely unwilling, Jiang Dan did not show the slightest bit of it on her face. Instead, her previous delicate and timid demeanor appeared again. Nodding, she said, "The Jijia is right. Dan Yang will return to the courtyard and take a good look at the female precepts." After Jiang Dan left, Lu Zhu said angrily, "Fourth miss is obviously up to no good. Look at her, she really wants something bad to happen to Mississippi." Ever since Lu Zhu had followed Jiang Yuan into the Fu, she was also aware of the relationship between Jiang Dan and Jiang Yuan. Logically speaking, since Jiang Dan had been raised by Zhao Mei, she should naturally be close to Jiang Yuan. Yet, in the end, she kept adding insult to injury. Her intentions were truly sinister. Even though Dewdrop had mingled in the marketplace for many years and knew how to repay kindness, it was the first time she met someone who would bite the hand that fed her. Jiang Yuan did not speak. At present, the Dewdrops had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Since Zhao Mei's death was inextricably linked to Jiang Dan, she would not let Jiang Dan off lightly. Since Jiang Dan wanted to enter the palace so badly, there was no harm in fulfilling her wish. No one knew better than Jiang Yuan what kind of place the palace was. Slowly torturing Jiang Dan in the palace was more painful than thinking of a way to get rid of her now. Lu Zhu noticed the hostility in her miss's eyes and was slightly startled. Then, as if remembering something, she said, "Since fourth miss has left, let Xiao Wangye out so that he won't be stifled." Xiao Xiao could be considered as a son of a wealthy family born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Being stuffed in such a narrow space in the storeroom was really uncomfortable. Tianzhu and Baiji went to stand guard outside the door. Jiang Yuan lifted the bed board and opened the storeroom door. Xiao Xiao crawled out. When he crawled out and saw Jiang Yuan's appearance, Xiao Xiao was slightly startled. His handsome face was a little red and he looked away uncomfortably. Earlier, when she had been lying on the bed, Jiang Yuan had only worn a snow-white undergarment. After Jiang Dan had left, she had forgotten about this matter. Seeing that Xiao Xiao's actions were somewhat strange, Lu Zhu let out a soft, "ah" sound and hurriedly found a cloak to drape over Jiang Yuan's head, covering her entire body from head to toe. But in her heart, she was vexed. Now that Xiao Xiao had slept on Jiang Yuan's bed and seen her body, Jiang Yuan had suffered a big loss. Lu Zhu and Lian Qiao were extremely sullen. Jiang Yuan seemed to understand why Xiao Xiao had acted so strangely just now. She couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at him. Coincidentally, she met Xiao Xiao's gaze. The young girl's appearance was peerless. She had not put on any makeup, but her eyebrows were deep and beautiful. She was like the most beautiful cloud that had flown over from the horizon of the great Jin dynasty. She shone lightly on the desolate autumn scenery. The sunlight shone down, making her appear even more radiant like a spring flower. Her fierceness had faded and her gaze was slightly vacant. She was like a young beast with a provocative posture, attracting everyone's attention to her. Jiang Yuan also looked at him. The young man's figure was tall and straight like jade. His skin was like snow, his eyes were like dots of paint, and his eyebrows were like an ink painting. Fine golden thread embroidered the image of a Qilin treading on fire and burning wind. His thin lips were lightly pursed, making his entire person appear even more elegant and peerless. However, upon closer inspection, his heroic spirit was pressing, extremely cold, and elegant to the bone. Naturally, he was a romantic that flowed like clouds and flowing water. In this world, there were beautiful people with black clothes and black hair. They were like Chilean auspicious beasts, born noble and dignified. The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions fluctuated slightly. It was as if they were awed by the other, but it was also as if some kind of emotion had broken through the soil. Lien Qiao and Lu Zhu stood quietly to one side. The sunlight was gentle and kind, as if it could not bear to break this tranquil scene. This moment of tranquility was as distant as the mountains. It was not that Xiao Xiao had never seen a beautiful woman before. He himself was born beautiful beyond compare, but he felt that appearance was nothing more than a bag of skin. He had always known that Jiang Yuan did not look bad, but at this moment, he deeply understood this young girl's beauty. She was different from any beauty he had seen before. She clearly had the coldest heart, but she was born with a charming and warm appearance. However, when she was demure, she seemed to have changed into another person, calm and kind. Even though he knew very well that it was just a facade. This young girl was different from any other person he had ever seen. She was clearly filled with hostility, but in an instant, she was able to hide it under a peaceful appearance. What kind of fate had she encountered to be able to create the person she was today? That cloak was tightly wrapped around her, revealing only Jiang Ruan's small face, which was the size of a palm. Xiao Xiao suddenly thought of the young girl who was wrapped in snow-white clothes. He knew that she had always hated the color white and was unwilling to wear it. However, when she was wearing undergarments, she was quiet and frail, like a newly bloomed lotus, standing shakily among the branches. A gentle breeze blew, carrying with it the feeling of spring, causing the shadows of the flowers to sway into his heart. He did not know when, but his heart, which was like a boulder, had gained an additional shadow. He was slightly startled by the sudden rise and fall of his emotions. Although he did not know what it meant, he understood what it meant. It was different from the shallow fluctuations of his thoughts in the past. Since last night, he had subconsciously regarded this courtyard as a place that he could trust. Xiao Xiao understood what was different there. Last night, her expression was calm, and her movements were gentle and resolute as she bandaged his wounds. There was not a trace of hesitation in her actions. Time suddenly reversed, as if he had returned to Baoguang Temple many years ago. That girl, who did not seem to know the taste of sorrow, had looked at him with a pair of clear eyes and smiled. In such a lonely and cold moonlit night, it had caused the cold and lonely youth to feel a trace of warmth amidst the layers of murderous intentions. Today, that girl had long since grown into a cold and indifferent young girl who killed decisively. Her heart was extremely shrewd, and her actions were bloodless but deep. Yet, in the lonely and cold night, she still brought a basin of clear water, and as they chatted and laughed, everything was easily resolved. Naturally, there was not a trace of panic on her face. He looked deeply at Jiang Yuan and said, "I will take responsibility." For a moment, Jiang Yuan was stunned. Xiao Xiao's dark eyes were like the night sky sprinkled with broken diamonds. There was a bright splendor in them, as if they wanted to drown in them. After Xiao Xiao said this, he stared closely at Jiang Yuan, and a trace of imperceptible nervousness flashed through his eyes. In his life, he had survived countless dangerous situations, and even when danger was right in front of him, he was not as nervous as this moment. Lu Zhu and Lien Qiao did not know whether to leave or stay, and some beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Lien Qiao still had some hesitation in her heart, but Lu Zhu looked at Jiang Yuan with hope. What kind of person was Xiao Xiao? These days, they, the servant girls, had all seen it with their own eyes. If Jiang Yuan could follow by Xiao Xiao's side, it would be the safest. Although their family's miss was usually very assertive in her actions, even they, the personal maidservants, sometimes felt that they were very close to Jiang Yuan. If there was someone who could walk into her heart and protect her, perhaps Jiang Wan would not be so lonely. After a short moment of shock, Jiang Wan smiled lightly. That smile was gentle, but it contained a trace of disgust towards herself. Xiao Xiao keenly captured this expression, only to hear Jiang Wan say, "Xiao Xiao, you know that I do not care." This was a tactful refusal. Xiao Xiao felt a moment of disappointment in his heart, but it did not last long. If the heart of the person in front of him could be so easily moved, then it would not be her. He nodded, "The doors of Jinying Wang Fu will always be open for you." He paused, and then added, "I will always stand on your side." Jiang Wan nodded, "Many thanks." She looked out the window and said, "Since this is the case, you do not need to rush back. In any case, there are people waiting outside, it would be better to wait a little longer." Xiao Xiao originally wanted to refuse, but he suddenly changed his mind and said, "All right." Outside, Jean San, who was listening to the conversation to his heart's content, stared at the room, his face full of disbelief. Clearly, they were going to make a trip to 100 Zhonglu today, but in the end, Xiao Xiao had agreed to Jiang Ruan's words just like that, and even put on an appearance as if Jiang Ruan's words were very reasonable. Normally, when a serious person started to lie, it was really bad. Xiao Xiao was completely unaware of his own subordinate's unspoken criticism. He only felt that this arrangement was very satisfactory, and he felt that the injury he had received this time was rather appropriate. However, Jiang Wan did not seem to notice that there was another man in the room, and continued to do what she was supposed to do, without the slightest bit of discomfort. This caused Xiao Xiao to feel a little depressed. Originally, he had thought that the day would pass just like that, but who knew that when night came, something else would happen. In the outer courtyard of the Ruanju, Lu Zhu and Jean Eyre were sitting together, which was a rare occurrence. Instead of fooling around, she asked somewhat nervously, "Will this really work?" Jean Eyre nodded solemnly, "It should work." "I think so too," agreed the Dewdrop. "I have seen it done in the plays." "Where is this play from?" Jean Eyre was surprised, could it be some wild troupe? After saying this, he smiled somewhat nastily, "I could not tell that at such a young age, you have such a taste." Lu Zhu's little face flushed red with anger, and she kicked him again, angrily saying, "That can't be compared to your 100 Zhonglu. You are really not afraid that one day, you will hurt the root of your offspring and become a cripple." After saying this, she left valiantly and energetically, leaving Jean Eyre in a state of confusion. What he hated the most was when people doubted his ability. Very good, this girl had already stepped on his mind several times. No matter what happened outside, the matters inside had to be carried out according to procedure. After Jiang Wan ate dinner, she went out to look for some books. Although Xiao Xiao was in the room, he scrupulously abided by etiquette, and their interaction was rather comfortable. Just as she was about to enter the room, she saw that there was no one in the outer room. She could not help but feel somewhat puzzled. Just then, she saw Lu Zhu hurriedly walk in to change the afternoon tea. Jiang Wan asked, "Where are Lian Qiao and the others?" Lian Qiao Jiejie and Baiji Jiejie went outside to help Xiao Wanye boil brown sugar water. Lu Zhu lied without changing her expression, "Tian Zhu Jiejie and Jean San Jiejie have some matters to discuss." Jiang Wan felt that it was a little strange, but she did not think too deeply about it. She nodded and said, "You go." Lu Zhu then took the tea and went out. Jiang Wan walked into the inner room. Just as she entered, she heard a thkacha sound. When she turned around, she saw that the iron locks on both the inner and outer rooms had been locked. Usually, in order to prevent danger at night, Jiang Wan had added a door to the inner and outer rooms, and she had even specially locked it. She did not expect that today, it would be locked by Lu Zhu. Jiang Wan raised her eyebrows slightly. Since her own maidservant had done this, it was naturally impossible for her to do anything to harm her. Although she did not understand Lu Zhu's intentions, Jiang Wan was not worried. She only looked thoughtfully at the locked door, then turned to face the curtain of the inner room in front of her. It was not the pearl and crystal curtain that ordinary girls like to use, it was just an ordinary silk curtain made from rain. Because of the mourning period, it was only light green. Looking through the hazy gauze curtain, there was no one in sight. Jiang Yuan thought for a while, then lifted the curtain and walked in boldly with confidence. However, as soon as she walked in, she discovered that she was wrong, and there was no chance to retreat. Indeed, there was no one in the room. She did not know when, but the screen next to the soft couch had been erected, and there was a slender figure reflected on it. The figure had a wiry waist, narrow hips, and a slender waist. Every movement of the figure contained a hidden beauty of strength. The next moment, the figure broke through the screen and came out. Xiao Xiao appeared in front of Jiang Yuan, wearing only a jade-colored robe. In front of a beauty, he was like a spring flower. For a moment, Jiang Yuan did not know how to react. If it was some kind of breakthrough, it would have been fine, but at this moment, she was stunned. Xiao Xiao had removed his usual black clothes, and the jade-colored robe was loosely wrapped around his body, revealing a large expanse of radiant and fair skin. His skin was also jade-colored, and the halo of the lamp made it seem as if his entire person was plated with a layer of moonlight. With red lips, white teeth, starry eyes, and slender eyebrows, his entire person was like an exiled immortal leisurely descending from a painting. The cold elegance had faded away, and there was an additional warmth and beauty. In the eyes of others, there was actually a bewitching charm that was not usually present. Jiang Yuan stood blankly in place, and Xiao Xiao was also stunned. Perhaps he did not expect to see Jiang Yuan as soon as he came out. The impact was too great, and the two looked at each other in dismay, not moving an inch. After a moment, Xiao Xiao coughed lightly, and as if nothing had happened, he walked to the side of the soft couch and sat down. His long robe was casually spread on the ground, and his jet-black hair hung down from his shoulders, making him appear even more jade-like. In her previous life, Jiang Yuan had thought that Xianli was the most gentle and jade-like man she had ever seen. Even though she had now seen through Xianli, she had to admit that Xianli's outer appearance was not bad. At least, in the eyes of outsiders, he was worthy of the title of modest gentleman, gentle and jade-like. But now, with just a casual movement, this person was able to compare Xianli to the highest heavens. Unlike that deliberately created image, Xiao Xiao's entire person exuded a kind of beauty. Everyone said that she was a demoness who brought calamity to the country, but in her opinion, she was afraid that only Xiao Xiao was worthy of the two words calamity to the country. Xiao Xiao seemed to finally be unable to bear her gaze. He turned his head, and unexpectedly, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Curling his lips, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You admire me so much?" Once a cold person smiled, the deep light in his eyes seemed to become even more brilliant. His smile was full of elegance, and it was actually a different kind of temptation. Jiang Yuan stared blankly. She did not expect to hear such words from Xiao Xiao's mouth. Immediately, she also looked over, and after sizing him up, she commented, "Elegant bones, extremely beautiful appearance, picturesque features, strong physique, truly, a beauty." The corner of Beauty Zhao's mouth twitched, and she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuan. Withdrawing her previous seductive posture, she took out a snow-white porcelain bottle from her bosom and said, "I am going to apply the medicine, turn around." He pulled open his clothes, and the scar on his chest was revealed. It was truly a ghastly sight. It was somewhat inconvenient for Xiao Xiao to do it himself. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan walked over to take the porcelain bottle from his hand and said, "You're too polite, let me do it. Men and women should not touch each other." Xiao Xiao reminded her. Jiang Yuan's voice was flat, "I've seen what I should see, and I've also seen what I shouldn't see. I've even touched you. You might as well treat me as a man." Originally, when she heard the first half of Jiang Yuan's words, Beauty Xiao was still quite satisfied. However, when she heard the second half, she felt that something was wrong. Lowering her head to look at the top of the young girl's head that was nearing her, she endured it, but still said, "I can take responsibility." Jiang Ruan's hand was ruthless, and she deliberately pressed down on the wound. Sure enough, she heard a muffled groan from Xiao Xiao. Only then did she loosen her grip, and leisurely said, "You should first take care of your body. You're so weak, how can you take responsibility?" Xiao Xiao's face darkened again. Housekeeper Lin and a few subordinates secretly talked about how unromantic he was, like a stone. Xiao Xiao felt that this group of people should take a look at Jiang Ruan, and see what it truly meant to be unromantic. Jiang Ruan was also puzzled. Why did Xiao Xiao suddenly become somewhat roguish? Why hadn't she felt that he was so annoying before? Outside the room, the imperial bodyguards lined up in a row and stuck their ears to the door, hoping that they could hear some movement from inside. However, they did not dare to be too obvious. Moreover, separated by two doors, it was really too difficult to hear. They could only vaguely make out the sound. One of them said, "Hey, I think I heard the young master call out. Young madam is truly a hero." Another person praised. "Teach us to be convinced." They became increasingly excited. Inside the room, the two people were too ambiguous, but not intimate enough. If Butler Lin were to see this, he would definitely sigh and say, "This child is unteachable." Chapter 144. The night passed, but nothing was accomplished. She had thought that with Xiao Xiao's temperament, he would not do anything out of line, but at least their relationship had taken a step closer. Who knew that when they opened the door the next morning, both of them had cold expressions, without the slightest shyness and other emotions that everyone had expected. Everyone knew that they had made a mistake and obediently went to receive their punishment. After Xiao Xiao left, Jiang Wan dismissed everyone and sat at the desk. She pulled out a rough map of the southern frontier to Tianjin. The southern frontier was south of the Great Jin dynasty, and across the river was Tianjin. Xiao Xiao had returned injured outside the capital the night before. Although he had not said anything, Jiang Wan felt that the southern frontier of Tianjin had something to do with it. Thinking deeper, something must have gone wrong on the battlefield. However, she had no way of going to the battlefield. Ever since the news of Tianjin's successful counterattack spread in the capital, Jiang Xing had stopped sending letters home. Most likely, the war situation was tense. But with Jiang Xing's temperament, as long as he was not worried about her, he would pretend that nothing was wrong. Now that he had not even sent a letter home, the war situation must have been very intense. Jiang Wan frowned. Tianjin was ready to move. If the court could send reinforcements, it should be able to solve the urgent situation. But now, the Zhao family only had 200,000 soldiers, and they still had to keep some people in the capital. The remaining generals had either been privately won over by the 8th prince or had become part of Xian Hua's faction. How could Xian Li obediently send reinforcements? Even if the emperor issued an imperial edict, it was hard to avoid Xian Li playing tricks. Jiang Xing was now in high demand. With Xian Li's temperament, if he could not be used, he would certainly abandon and kill him. Now that Jiang Xing was really in prison, Xian Li would probably hit him when he was down. Jiang Wan stood up and muttered, "I want to go to the palace." In the imperial study, the emperor put down the letter in his hand and knocked on the table in front of him. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the youth in front of him. "Xiao, you want to send troops?" Xiao Xiao was silent. "Imperial mother will not agree." The emperor said, "That year, I have already forgotten." Xiao Xiao interrupted him, "Your Majesty need not mention it." "That's good." The emperor said, "Let's not talk about this matter for now. I heard that you and Hong and Junju are very close. The night before you were injured, you rested in Hong and Junju's courtyard. Your Majesty knows everything, there's no need to ask this official anymore." The emperor's tone suddenly became stern. She is a member of the Jiang family. So what? Could it be that you really like her? The emperor was a little agitated. Eunuch Li, who was beside him, saw this and quickly came over to pat his back to calm him down. The emperor waved Eunuch Li's hand away. We know that you have your own ideas, but Jiang Wan cannot. Why? Xiao Xiao asked. Why? The emperor repeated. You know better than I what kind of person Jiang Quan is. She is also Zhao Guang's granddaughter, Xiao Xiao reminded. So what? The emperor angrily said, Ah Xiao, you cannot tolerate a single stain in your life. Hong and Junju is not worthy of you. It's not like I don't know anything. That woman has a deep mind, how could she be on the same level as you? Moreover, although Zhao Guang held military power, his temperament was too upright, and Jiang Quan was even more poisonous. If you were to be together with her, not only would you not receive the slightest bit of help, you would also be dragged into the muddy waters. We have already taken a liking to her. Binhai Governor-General Yao's daughter is of a similar age to you, and moreover, she is extremely proficient in both civil and military affairs. The power behind Miss Yao can also lend you a helping hand, and is the best match for you. Your Majesty worries too much. Xiao Xiao's tone was indifferent. I have my own ideas regarding this official's marriage, there is no need for your Majesty to worry. The emperor seemed to be very insistent on this matter, and coldly said, if we insist that you marry Miss Yao, we will bestow the marriage tomorrow, what will you do? Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows, then I can only defy the decree and refuse the marriage, and my head will roll. The emperor violently coughed again, and without waiting for him to speak, Xiao Xiao had already opened his mouth. The matter of the southern frontier is urgent, there is no need for your Majesty to put your mind on this official's trifling matters. As for Miss Yao, his long, pitch-black eyes were deep and cold, and his tone was flat. If your Majesty were to bestow the marriage, wouldn't you be wasting a life for nothing? After saying that, he left without looking back. Eunuch Li held the emperor, who was on the verge of collapse, and busily took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. He poured out 2 pills and fed them to the emperor. After that, the emperor's face became better. But, his face was a bit bleak, and he let out a long sigh. He disobeyed me because of that little girl. Your Majesty. Eunuch Li gently said, you have seen Xiao Wanye's temper since he was a child. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls cannot pull him back. Your Majesty said those words, so Xiao Wanye must be unhappy inside his heart. His tone was a bit harsh, but his mind is clear. Of course, I know that he has no disloyalty. The emperor tiredly pressed his forehead. Zhen is always thinking about him. Miss Yao is a well-educated and reasonable person. I have also seen her with my own eyes. She is a wonderful person. If Governor Yao becomes Ah Xiao's help, it will be much easier in the future. I paved the way for him, but he didn't walk my path. Xiao Wanye is still a young man. Eunuch Li advised, perhaps Junju really has a different friendship with him. Xiao Wanye is a person who values friendship and righteousness, and is not someone who will cling to others. There is a shortcut, but he refuses to take it, and insists on taking the most difficult one. The emperor coldly snorted, if Jiang Wan is a gentle woman, then forget it. I can see clearly that she is scheming deeply, but her temper is very cold. Ah Xiao's temper is cold, so how can such a woman live? Jiang Xing and his sister have their own ideas, so they are not easy to control. Especially Jiang Xing, if he has disloyalty, then the world will be in chaos. Eunuch Li did not know how to comfort him, but he knew that Xiao Xiao was a calamity in the emperor's heart. This emperor was wise and decisive in other matters, but when it came to Xiao Xiao, he was somewhat unable to see the situation clearly. With Xiao Xiao's temper, how could he be manipulated by others? Since he had made such a speech today, if the emperor really did not care about the marriage, then the Yao family's daughter would disappear from this world the next day. Eunuch Li had seen what Xiao Xiao had done. At that time, the Yao family and the imperial family would become enemies, and that would be a great disaster. The emperor sighed, "Forget it, we will discuss this matter later." From the beginning, he had instinctively disliked Jiang Yuan. This was very strange, but people in high positions were especially sensitive in certain aspects. For example, every time Jiang Yuan spoke to him, although it seemed like nothing, he could always feel a faint trace of resentment and hatred. That feeling was very faint, and the emperor was aware that he also did not like Jiang Yuan. In his opinion, Princess Yuan Rong was gentle and dignified, considerate, and took the overall situation into consideration. She was the noblest princess in the world. However, at that time, Empress Dowager Yi insisted that Jiang Yuan and Princess Yuan Rong were somewhat similar. But in reality, from the matter with Imperial Consort Chen, it could be seen that Jiang Yuan was not gentle and magnanimous on the surface. On the contrary, her temperament was haggling over every little thing, it was just that she hid it more deeply. Ever since he knew that Xiao Xiao had an unusual relationship with her, the emperor had also sent people to investigate Jiang Yuan's past. The more he investigated, the more he felt that Jiang Yuan was extremely shrewd. The emperor would not allow such a dangerous person to be by Xiao Xiao's side. He also did not know why he always had a faint dislike for Jiang Yuan. Perhaps it was because of the hatred from his previous life. In this world, there were always many things that could not be explained clearly. The conversation between the emperor and Xiao Xiao was like the incense burning in the imperial study, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this time, Jiang Yuan had met Empress Dowager Yi and chatted with her for a while before returning to the princess palace with the Tianzhu people. When she reached the door, she met an acquaintance, the fourth prince, Xian Lang. As the fourth prince, Xian Lang was wearing a dark brown brocade robe that was neither old nor new. He only had a jade pendant on his waist as a decoration, appearing extremely simple. However, in the eyes of those who were observant, they would only think that this was a prince who was not favored and was down and out. Seeing Jiang Yuan, the fourth prince came forward and bowed, "Junju." Xian Lang seemed to be used to fawning on others, so his tone carried a trace of imperceptible humility. When these words fell into Jiang Yuan's ears, she felt that they were 100% similar to Jiang Dan. However, on the surface, she smiled and replied to Xian Lang, "Your Highness." This indifferent attitude caused a trace of hurt to flash in Xian Lang's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. He smiled and said, "Previously, when I heard that the war in Tianjin was very tense, I thought that Junju must be very worried. Now that I see that Junju is in a good mood, I can rest assured." Jiang Yuan raised her eyebrows. She was not afraid of him asking, but rather afraid that he would not ask. Indeed, the situation in Tianjin was related to Xianli. Wasn't Xian Lang deliberately, coincidentally, coming across her to test her attitude? It just so happened that she also wanted to see what these people were planning, and what were they trying to test. How could I be fine? She sighed softly, her eyes instantly turning gloomy, and her tone involuntarily carried a trace of melancholy. "Eldest brother is killing enemies at the border, but I am enjoying a peaceful life with a clear conscience. Currently, the war is very tense, and eldest brother has not sent a letter home for a long time. Every time I think of this, I feel very uneasy." Xian Lang's eyes flashed, and he carefully observed Jiang Yuan's expression. Seeing that her expression did not seem to be fake, he comforted her, "Deputy General Jiang is a virtuous person, and the heavens help him. Tianjin is just a small place, how can he win? Junju, don't worry, your brother will definitely return victorious." Jiang Yuan smiled, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your consolation." However, her smile was somewhat forced. Xian Lang shook his head and said, "Speaking of which, I have also heard Imperial Father mention that the war is somewhat tense now. Although Tianjin is a small place, their smelting technology is superb, and their swords and shields are of excellent quality. coupled with their cunning tactics, AI. Upon hearing Xian Lang's words, Jiang Ruan's expression changed again, and she reluctantly said, "Your Highness is right." Her restlessness fell into Xian Lang's eyes, and Xian Lang became even more confident. He pretended to say casually, "If only General Wu could send troops." General Wu. Jiang Ruan was puzzled. Junju probably does not understand the affairs of the imperial court. Xian Lang explained in an understanding manner, General Wu is also a military general, and has a group of good soldiers under him. The Wu family army is also full of good men. They used to guard Shirong, but as early as a few years ago, Shirong surrendered, and the Wu family army retreated from Shirong. In recent years, General Wu has not led troops, and he is still worried that there is no place for him to use his skills. If the Wu family army helps, General Wu will come out of seclusion again, and it will be just a matter of time before he breaks through Tianjin. Jiang Ruan looked down. General Wu, she naturally knew of this General Wu. In her previous life, when Xianli ascended to the throne, he gradually nibbled away at those who were not on his side. While suppressing the Zhao family, he also promoted the Wu family. The Wu family and the Zhao family were both old meritorious officials who had accompanied the previous emperor in conquering the country. However, after the death of old General Wu, the current General Wu was obstinate and self-opinionated. He was even more ambitious, and delusively wanted to sit in the position of number one in the Great Jin dynasty. When he was suppressing the Zhao family, he spared no effort. In her previous life, when she had been imprisoned, she had vaguely heard that it was this General Wu who had personally led people to arrest the entire Zhao family. Jiang Ruan lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Xian Lang stared at her. Jiang Ruan raised her head and said, "Your Highness is right, but why don't you let my maternal grandfather and several maternal uncles send reinforcements? Wouldn't it be more convenient? Old General Zhao's troops are guarding the capital's vital points, how can they be separated?" Xian Lang shook his head. Moreover, Deputy General Jiang and General Zhao's relationship. Imperial father will not allow the Zhao family to send troops. This was sowing dissension. Did he want the two brothers to be bitterly disappointed in the emperor? The smile on Jiang Ruan's lips disappeared in a flash, but after a moment, it was replaced by a somewhat dazed expression. Then, what should we do? Don't worry, Xian Lang seemed to think for a moment, and hesitantly said, "Eighth brother's relationship with that General Wu is extremely good, if eighth brother can put in a good word." Eighth prince? Jiang Ruan was stunned, and anxiously said, "Can I ask eighth prince to help persuade General Wu?" In the end, this matter still depends on imperial father's thoughts. Xian Lang seemed to be somewhat helpless, and shook his head. Moreover, what imperial father hates the most is when officials try to cling on to each other. If eighth brother speaks so rashly, I'm afraid that it will arouse imperial father's suspicions. Then what should we do? Jiang Ruan's voice was somewhat disappointed. Xian Lang glanced at her, and suddenly leaned closer. "Junju, there is something that I don't know if I should tell you." "Speak." Jiang Ruan looked at him. "Actually, it's not that there is no way," Xian Lang said. "What way?" Jiang Ruan's eyes lit up, and she asked impatiently. Now, eighth brother has also reached the time to choose a concubine. Because of the matter with the imperial concubine, imperial father has always been somewhat prejudiced against eighth brother. Fortunately, a few days ago, imperial father took the initiative to ask about eighth brother's marriage, and eighth brother told me that he already has someone in his heart. He looked at Jiang Ruan, and when he saw that Jiang Ruan did not reveal a sullen expression, he continued, "If eighth brother marries Junju, it's not like there has never been such a precedent in the Great Jin dynasty. At that time, Junju can take advantage of the situation to raise the matter of reinforcements. As her husband, it is only right and proper for eighth brother to help Junju. Even recommending General Wu to imperial father is a very natural thing to do." "Me, and eighth highness?" Jiang Ruan asked. Xian Lang nodded, and seemed to be somewhat embarrassed. This is actually not a good idea, but at present, there is no other way. If Junju wants to save Deputy General Jiang, this is the fastest way. Eighth brother is infatuated with Junju, and Junju should also be able to get along well with eighth brother. This is the order of parents, and the words of the matchmaker. How can I make the decision? Jiang Wan asked. This is simple. Xian Lang said, eighth brother only needs to request imperial father to bestow a marriage. Jiang Wan sneered in her heart. Easy to say, but requesting a marriage by imperial decree would ultimately depend on Empress Dowager Ida. If she was really unwilling, Empress Dowager Ida would not force her. It was precisely because of this reason that Xian Li had allowed Xian Lang to lobby and ensure that she would not refuse. She was still thinking about what Xian Lang was planning by going around in circles, but she did not expect that it was actually her. It was really a good plan. Marrying her, and then taking the Zhao family as his own. The Jiang family was originally his people, so wouldn't Jiang Xing be at his mercy? Even the matter of General Wu dispatching troops in the end was because he had borrowed her situation. In the end, if they really won, wouldn't all the credit fall on Xian Li's head? It was really a business deal that would not result in a loss. It was just that, if Xian Li really wanted General Wu to dispatch troops to help Jiang Xing, she would not be able to trust him. She was afraid that if Jiang Xing revealed even the slightest bit of intention to not submit to Xian Li, that General Wu would not hesitate to stab him in the back. Even if Jiang Xing did not reveal such intentions, with General Wu's narrow-minded and naturally jealous temperament, upon seeing Jiang Xing, who had outstanding military achievements at such a young age, it was hard to guarantee that he would not have other thoughts. Xian Lang thought that his words were flawless. It must be known that Jiang Xing was Jiang Ruan's weak spot. The two siblings had a very good relationship, and Jiang Ruan was a woman easily swayed by her emotions. As soon as she heard that it was related to Jiang Xing, she immediately became anxious without distinguishing between right and wrong. However, after waiting for a long time and not receiving an answer from Jiang Ruan, he could not help but feel a little anxious. Jiang Ruan raised her head, but it was not the helpless and flustered expression that Xian Lang had expected. Her expression was cold and calm, and her slightly raised charming eyes revealed some clear ridicule. Under that kind of gaze, it was almost as if the person who saw it would cut a sorry figure and flee. Junju. He was about to speak. So your highness is so proficient in current affairs. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly, and with one sentence, she succeeded in causing Xian Lang's expression to change greatly. She looked at Xian Lang with a smile that was not a smile. With your highness's eloquence and your knowledge of the court, his majesty should really see it clearly. Her tone seemed to contain a smile, but it also seemed to contain a sigh, causing Xian Lang to immediately break out in a cold sweat. Who was he? He was the most incompetent and mediocre prince of the great Jin dynasty. Anyone could belittle him. He was the most incompetent, but also the safest. At that time, several princes had more or less died suddenly. Why did he survive? It was not because he was lucky, but because he was stupid. Even if that stupidity was faked. In reality, although he was mediocre and did not have any great talent or bold vision, he was not as stupid as everyone thought, as cowardly and lowly. The previous few brothers who were more intelligent and quick-witted than him did not have a good ending, and they all ended up as a pile of yellow mud. The emperor knew that he could not bear great responsibilities, and the court officials also knew that he did not have the ability. In the whirlpool of the struggle for the throne, he had always been dug out and abandoned. He was humble and small, and among all his brothers, he only took a fancy to Xian Li. On the surface, he was close to the crown prince, but in reality, he was Xian Li's man. No matter how incompetent a person was, even if he had pretended to be an idiot for more than 10 years, in the royal family, he still longed for power. Although he knew that he did not have the qualifications to fight for the highest position, a little bit higher than his current status was also good. Xianli had the mask of a gentle gentleman, but how could he not? It was just that this mask was not as good-looking as Xianli's. He was lowly, weak, and as timid as a mouse. However, he was like a venomous snake or insect hiding in the dark. He looked inconspicuous, but could deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. He was like a transparent sword used by Xianli in the palace. But what did Jiang Ruan's words mean? If he let the emperor know that he was so concerned about politics, even a fool would know that his usual foolishness was all an act. Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Once it was a bad thing, even Xianli would not let him off easily. Xianlang forced a smile. Junju, I am untalented and shallow, not at all, not at all. Jiang Ruan's tone was relaxed. His Highness clearly has sharp ears and eyes, and is able to respond appropriately. If His Highness the Crown Prince knew that he had such an intelligent person by his side, wouldn't the position of Grand Tutor be superfluous? She smiled as she looked at Xianlang's panicked expression. Perhaps His Highness would also be very happy to know that his brother is so talented. Listening to the tone of the person opposite her, there was a relaxed smile, and there was no trace of panic from before. If at this time, Xianlang still did not understand, he would be a fool. He knew that Jiang Ruan had just lied to him. She was not worried about Jiang Xing at all. This woman. Jiang Ruan looked at him with a smile, the hem of her skirt slightly fluttering in the breeze. Her pair of eyes, however, were as lustrous as a clear spring, containing something else. One only felt that it was cool and refreshing, like the winter wind, rustling past one's heart, leaving behind a block of ice there, covering one's entire body with not a trace of warmth. Xianlang opened his mouth with difficulty. Junju. Is it because you have someone else in your heart that you are unwilling to marry eighth brother? Jiang Ruan smiled faintly. What are you talking about? What is that thing? Xianlang was dumbfounded. Tianzhu remained motionless. Lu Zhu's expression was solemn, and Jiang Ruan looked at him indifferently. She knew that every word she said today would eventually reach that person's ears. He had personally directed such a good show for her to watch, so she might as well make it difficult for him to get off stage. Who didn't know how to scheme? My eldest brother is fighting bravely at the front lines. How can I be willing to get married in the capital? Even if I get married, I will definitely be an upright man. This great Jin dynasty does not need a woman to protect it. Even I know this path, how can your eighth brother not know? Then, if he is not even willing to easily ask His Majesty to send troops to assist and protect the people of the great Jin dynasty, how can I guarantee that I will entrust my life to him? A person who does not even have the guts to protect the country, will there be a day when he will not even be able to protect me? The person I want to marry is a man, not a weakling. Jiang Ruan smiled. These words rendered Xianlang speechless, but the cold sweat on his forehead increased. How could Xianli not be angry when today's words reached his ears? In the end, if she vented her anger on him, wouldn't that be taking it out on him? Juanzhu's words are indeed too serious. Xianlang said, eighth brother is also helpless. The relationship between His Fourth Highness and His Eighth Highness has indeed improved. She said indifferently, go back and tell your master that wishful thinking is called daydreaming. Chapter 145. A good conversation ended on a sour note. When Xianlang left, his entire face was deathly pale, as if he could not bear Jiang Ruan's gaze. Even when he left, he seemed to be running away in defeat. When he arrived at that person's fu, it was as expected. Although he did not lose his composure, the smile on his face was somewhat stiff. After a long time, the man leisurely picked up a cup of tea in front of him, opened the lid and took a sip. His expression was as cold as a river. Ben Gong originally wanted to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, but since you do not know what is good for you, there is no need to hesitate. A cruel sneer flashed across his eyes, pull in the net. That night in the capital was no different from the past. During the early autumn, the sky always darkened earlier. In the thick and colorful night, Jinying Wang Fu was brightly lit. Xiao Xiao sat upright on the high seat, his usually cold and expressionless face had a rare hint of coldness. Yi Feng and Jin Yi and Jin Si stood on both sides. Xiao Xiao burned the letter in his hand in the fire as usual. The flickering flames reflected off his pitch-black eyes like black gems. Qi Si's information can't be wrong. He said lightly, Xianli has made his move. Eighth Prince is too daring. This transaction is so dangerous, is he not afraid of inviting a wolf into his house? Jin Si could not help but speak, his gaze containing some contempt. As the son of the emperor of the Jin dynasty, he had done such a thing that was worse than pigs and dogs. He treated the lives of tens of thousands of people at the border as if it was child's play, just to satisfy his own ambitions and selfish desires. Such a person would be despised wherever he went. The news will reach the imperial court tomorrow morning. Xiao Xiao did not respond to Jin Si's words. He reached out and knocked on the table. This matter is of great importance. If it is as Qi Si said, Guan Laode is also in danger. General Guan. Jin Yi frowned, Master, should we remind Master Mo that 8th Prince's actions may put His Highness the Crown Prince in danger? Go to Mo Tsong Fu. Xiao Xiao stood up and picked up the outer robe on the bench. I will go to the palace first. When Jiang Yuan woke up early the next morning, Lian Qiao and Baiji helped her out of bed. As the weather was gradually getting colder, Baiji picked out a long brocade robe for Jiang Yuan. Only then did she feel relieved. After breakfast, Lian Qiao moved a chair into the courtyard as usual due to the comfortable weather in the courtyard. Jiang Yuan sat in the courtyard and flipped through a book. Baiji and Lian Qiao took advantage of the good weather to spread out the old books in the box to dry. This was supposed to be a normal action, but it was a little strange today. The few palace maids who were sweeping the courtyard looked at Jiang Yuan with a slightly different gaze than usual. Usually, the servants of the Princess Royal Highness were all bestowed by Empress Dowager Ida, so they were quite well behaved. Today, however, these palace maids seemed to be sizing Jiang Yuan up and deep in thought. The palace maids did not conceal it very well. Jiang Yuan noticed this and did not make a sound. She continued to do her own thing without batting an eyelid. Jiang Yuan was able to keep her composure, but Baiji and Lian Qiao also felt that something was amiss. Just as they were about to find a palace maid to interrogate, they saw Lu Zhu rushing over with an anxious face. Her expression was very nervous. When she arrived in front of Jiang Yuan, she said, Miss, this servant has something to report. Baiji understood and waved her hand to dismiss the palace maids who were watching the commotion in the courtyard. She helped Jiang Yuan back to the room. After closing the door, without waiting for Jiang Yuan to open her mouth to ask, Lu Zhu said, Miss, there is news from the front lines. During the confrontation with Tianjin, the Jin dynasty's army was ambushed. 100,000 officers and soldiers were completely wiped out, leaving less than 30,000 people to bitterly hold on. General Guan was seriously injured, eldest young master. She looked at Jiang Yuan worriedly, eldest young master's whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid that he has been captured by Tianjin. Jiang Yuan could not help but clench her fists. Baiji and Lian Qiao's expressions also changed. It was unknown what the outcome would be if they were defeated and returned to the court, but it was likely that the emperor was furious at this moment. On the other hand, if one's whereabouts were unknown on the battlefield, one would either be dead or captured by the enemy. There would only be two outcomes if one turned back. If one surrendered, his entire family would be implicated and would be treated as an enemy spy and all of them would be dealt with. Based on Jiang Xing's temperament, he would absolutely not surrender. If that were the case, the only outcome would be torture and death. Since this news had been relayed back to the court, it must be 80% true. Jiang Ruan's face was as calm as still water. Her hand tightly gripped the armrest of the chair, and the color of her lips was slightly pale. Miss, Lu Zhu grasped Jiang Ruan's hand, somewhat unable to bear it. Jiang Ruan and Jiang Xing depended on each other for survival. The affection between these two siblings was obvious to everyone around them. If there was anything in this world that could affect Jiang Ruan's heart, Jiang Xing was the first. Now, Jiang Xing's life and death were uncertain, and the outcome was so confusing. Yet Jiang Ruan did not shed a single tear. She said, "Miss, if you want to cry, then cry it out. If you keep it bottled up in your heart, you will be the one feeling uncomfortable." Jiang Ruan lowered her eyes and slowly removed her hand. In her previous life, she had already cried too many times, but in the end, she still ended up with a tragic ending. In this life, her great enmity had not been avenged, so what right did she have to cry? She slowly raised her lips into a smile. Her smile was soul-stirring and cruel, like an evil flower that had bloomed from hell. In a flash, white bones appeared, carrying with it a sinister vengeance. Since this is the case, there is no need to wait any longer. In the throne room, 2 rows of ministers were quarreling fiercely. One side insisted on punishing Jiang Xing and Guan Lianghan for incompetence in leading the troops, while the other side insisted that the commander-in-chief was outside and the soldiers were fighting on the front lines. Appeasement was the top priority, and the soldiers should not be bitterly disappointed. Jiang Xing was an upstart in the court, while Guan Lianghan was a tough nut to crack. There were very few people in the court who could speak up for these two, and most of them were upright ministers. And the people who insisted on punishing them were those who could not bear to see others promoted step by step, or they had other plans, or they wanted to take advantage of the situation to step on them. The emperor coldly watched the two sides argue until their faces were red and their necks were thick. Amidst the quarrel, no one noticed the emperor's thoughtful expression on the dragon throne. After a moment, the emperor looked at Xianli, who was standing to one side and listening respectfully, and said, "Lao Ba, tell me your opinion on this matter." Xianli stood up and saluted, saying, replying to imperial father's words, "This son believes that General Guan and Deputy General Jiang are both protecting the common people of the great Jin dynasty. Now that the matter is not clear, we cannot act blindly without thinking. Why don't we wait a little longer and see what exactly is going on?" "Your Eighth Highness," Zhao Guang said, "the battlefield is not child's play. Your Eighth Highness can wait, but the soldiers cannot. Once we really understand the ins and outs of the matter, I'm afraid that by the time the dust has settled, it will be difficult to plan again." Zhao Guang had always been a neutral party in the court and did not specifically oppose anyone. Now that his own nephew was in danger, Zhao Guang was also unceremoniously opposing Xianli in front of all the civil and military officials of the court. Such an action, in the eyes of those who were observant, sparked yet another round of speculation. Zhao Guang's attitude indicated that the court was about to tear apart this superficial veneer of peace. The real bloodbath, the fight for the position, was about to truly begin. Old General Zhao's words are incorrect. The one who spoke was Minister Chen. Ever since Imperial Consort Chen had been banished to the cold palace, Minister Chen's household had been depressed and restrained for a period of time. But now, for the first time, he had jumped out and his attitude was clear and unequivocal. He wanted to deal with Jiang Xing. He said, "A country's deputy general has been captured by the enemy. If he has integrity, he should immediately draw his sword and commit suicide. How can he endure the humiliation and seek to live? Now he is enduring the humiliation and seeking to live. If his army's tactical arrangements were leaked, wouldn't it invite disaster?" Mo Tsong shook his head. "Although Minister Chen's words are reasonable, you also know that there was a general from the previous dynasty who was captured by the enemy. He pretended to surrender and spent a whole 10 years to obtain military intelligence and pass it back to his country. In the end, he helped the army suppress the enemy and return triumphantly. Why, can't the great Jin dynasty have such a person? Mo Tsong had always been good at arguing. His words caused Minister Chen's expression to change. He could see that the emperor's attitude was wavering. Minister Chen said anxiously, but if something happens, who will bear the responsibility? Nothing can be discussed. Lu Min, who had been standing silently, also spoke up. Minister Chen claims that Deputy General Jiang has defected, but please show us the evidence. Otherwise, this will be the greatest humiliation to a general. Although Lu Min was a grand tutor, he was also a favorite of the emperor. The emperor admired his straightforward character and would usually listen to his opinions on court matters. Unexpectedly, this grand tutor Lu was clearly on Jiang Xing's side this time. Minister Chen's expression became even more unsightly. Xianli gave Lu Min a deep look. The emperor looked thoughtfully at his officials and asked Xianhua, Lao Wu, what do you think? I am rash. This matter is of great importance. I dare not make a rash decision. Xianhua's answer was watertight. Imperial father is wise and observant. The emperor laughed. His laughter was somewhat frightening to the ears of the crowd. Seeing that the two groups were about to quarrel again, the emperor said gravely, since you cannot make a decision, then there is no need to make a decision. The officials looked at each other, not understanding the emperor's intentions. The emperor stood up. Eunuch Li hurried forward to support him and said in a shrill voice, Your Majesty is not feeling well. After the emperor left, Xianhua walked up to Xianli and stared at him. Eighth brother moves so quickly. Fifth brother is not slow either. Xianli smiled warmly, like a gentleman. Xianhua slowly clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Eighth brother wants the 100,000 troops. His thinking is a bit too simple. Xianli shook his head. The process is hard, but it doesn't matter. As long as you succeed. He left without looking back. When he passed by Lu Min, he gave him a deep look. Mo Tsong walked to Lu Min's side and patted his shoulder. You have completely offended His Highness today. Ah. Lu Min was still in a daze. Mo Tsong kindly explained, you know that Minister Chen is His Highness' maternal grandfather. He is naturally on the same side as His Highness. Today, you did not give Minister Chen face. That is equivalent to slapping His Highness's face. Since we're classmates, I'll give you a word of advice. You have to be careful these days. However, Mo Tsong looked Lu Min up and down. Speaking of which, you are also very strange. Why did you speak up for Deputy General Jiang? Although Lu Min was an honest and upright person, he was not an impulsive person. Based on the fact that a commoner like him was able to hold the position of Grand Tutor and had the Emperor's trust, it could be seen that Lu Min was well versed in the ways of officialdom. Moreover, he was able to maintain an ingenious balance, so that he would not lose his heart and would not be framed by others because of his straightforwardness. With Lu Min's temperament, even if he wanted to remonstrate, he would not do it in front of all the civil and military officials. It was rare to see Minister Chen lose face in such a way. But Jiang Xing and Lu Min, a military general and a civil official, had nothing to do with each other. But Xian Li's expression when he looked at Lu Min seemed to have a deeper meaning. Could it be that something else happened that he did not know about? Mo Tsong was still thinking, but Lu Min was slightly startled, as if he had been reminded of something by Mo Tsong's words. He hurriedly bowed to him and said, I still have some matters to attend to. Many thanks for Mo Darren's reminder. He flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Tsong had not finished speaking when Lu Min left midway, which made him somewhat sullen. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He looked around and really did not see that person. He muttered to himself, strange, such a big matter, why didn't third brother attend court? Where did he go? The third brother Xiao that Mo Tsong spoke of was currently in the Palace of Compassionate Peace. When Empress Dowager Yi saw Xiao, she was clearly startled and immediately stood up from the soft couch. Gugu Yang hurriedly reached out to support her, but Empress Dowager Ida took 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to touch Xiao Xiao, but then suddenly withdrew her hand, looking somewhat at a loss. If outsiders saw this, they would certainly be shocked. They did not know why the usually cold and ruthless Empress Dowager Ida would show such an expression. "Ah! Beloved official Xiao," Empress Dowager Ida said, her voice still trembling. "You have come to see Ijia, what matter do you have?" Unlike Empress Dowager Ida's excited expression, Xiao Xiao's expression was cold and flat, even colder than usual. He said lightly, "This humble subject has a request." "Speak." Empress Dowager Ida said, "If Ijia can do it, I will do my best to do it." This humble and even somewhat flattering attitude caused Gugu Yang to lower her head. Xiao Xiao's expression did not change, but the hand hanging at his side moved slightly. After a long silence, he said, "Empress Dowager, please bestow marriage for this humble subject." "Bestow marriage?" This time, Empress Dowager Ida cried out in surprise. The expression on her face was not clear whether it was joy or shock. She raised her voice and said, "You have a sweetheart. Which family's young lady is it?" Gugu Yang calmly patted Empress Dowager Ida's hand. Empress Dowager Ida's voice paused and she sat back down on the soft couch. The long ruby armor moved uneasily on the edge of the soft couch, but her gaze towards Xiao Xiao was very gentle. She said, "Which marriage do you want Ijia to bestow for you?" Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes, his body moved slightly, and he slowly knelt down on one knee. This was a courtier's salute to the ruler. His voice was as calm as a clear spring, but it contained a trace of gentleness that he himself did not realize. Hong and Junju, the minister's Fu's Di daughter, Jiang family's Ruan Yang. Ruan girl. If Xiao Xiao had taken the initiative to ask Empress Dowager Ida to bestow marriage, it was already very surprising. When she heard that Xiao Xiao wanted to bestow marriage, Empress Dowager Ida was completely stunned. She froze in place, and after an unknown amount of time, she saw that Xiao Xiao was still kneeling. She hurriedly said, "Quickly stand up. Ruan girl, why do you want to marry Ruan girl?" Xiao Xiao stood up and did not conceal anything. He calmly narrated, "Hong and Junju once saved this humble subject's life. Today, the border is in a state of emergency and Deputy General Zhang's whereabouts are unknown. Hong and Junju's position is awkward. There are many people in the palace who want to betroth to this humble subject. Jinying Wangfu will be able to protect her somewhat." His answer was magnanimous, making it difficult to doubt his words. In addition, Xiao Xiao usually did not lie, so Empress Dowager Ida believed his words. Although she did not know what Xiao Xiao meant by saving her life, after listening to Xiao Xiao's words, she still felt that it was a bit absurd. She shouted in a low voice, "Ridiculous, how can marriage be a child's play? This is not the way to repay a debt of gratitude. Since you value affection and righteousness, Hong An is also Aijia's granddaughter. How can you not protect her in the palace? The harem cannot interfere in politics." Xiao Xiao said indifferently, "If the previous court is used as a guide, there are some things that even the Empress Dowager can do nothing about. His Majesty already has the intention to suppress Hong and Junju." After a pause, Xiao Xiao said, "This humble subject is fond of the Jiang family's Di daughter." Even Gugu Yang, who had struggled in the palace for so many years and never showed her emotions, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Empress Dowager Ida was also stunned by Xiao Xiao's words, especially the last sentence. She said, "You like Ruan girl?" Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes hiding the emotions in his eyes. Although he was silent, an unnatural blush appeared on his handsome face. At this time, silence was better than words. Seeing this, what else did Empress Dowager Ida not understand? Xiao Xiao's cold and indifferent reputation in the court had long been known to everyone. She had never thought that he would confess his feelings in front of Empress Dowager Ida today. Seeing such a wonderful expression on Xiao Xiao's face, Empress Dowager Ida felt a burst of sadness in her heart. While her emotions were complicated, she couldn't help but think about Xiao Xiao's words. In fact, Xiao Xiao was right. The power in the harem was complicated, and it was so difficult to protect one person. In addition, Jiang Ruan's matter also involved the border. Jiang Xing only had one younger sister. Once there was unrest at the border, others would only make a fuss about Jiang Ruan. She had seen many of these things in the past. Empress Dowager Ida had a reputation, but as the Empress Dowager, she no longer cared about political affairs. The emperor had his own plans. Even if she was his biological mother, his son, who was in a high position, was no longer the young and inexperienced new emperor. If the emperor really wanted to take action against Jiang Ruan, she wouldn't be able to stop him. Although Xiao Xiao's method was reckless, it was very effective. If Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan were engaged, then Jiang Ruan would be a person of Jinying Wang Fu. Even if something really happened to Jiang Xing in the future, Jiang Ruan would no longer be a member of the Jiang family, but a member of the Xiao family. A married woman would not be implicated, so she could be protected. In fact, Empress Dowager Ida was not a pedantic person. In the 3 years that she had been with Jiang Ruan, she had clearly recognized the difference between Jiang Ruan and Princess Yuan Rong. However, Jiang Ruan's temperament and actions were extremely to her liking. If it had been 30 years earlier, Empress Dowager Ida would have even wanted Jiang Ruan to enter the palace as a concubine. Empress Dowager Ida truly liked Jiang Ruan. Moreover, she was Xiao Xiao's sweetheart. Although she was hesitant, Xiao Xiao's temperament was so cold, and Jiang Ruan was not very warm. How could these two be together? After those words, she was relieved. Originally, she thought that Xiao Xiao was simply repaying her kindness, but how could the affection in the young man's eyes be concealed? With just one look, Empress Dowager Ida concluded that Xiao Xiao had long been in love with Jiang Ruan. It was impossible for her to refuse Xiao Xiao's request, no matter what. Empress Dowager Ida smiled, "This child, Ijia watched you grow up. In the blink of an eye, it's time for you to get married and start a career." Gugu Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Empress Dowager Ida continue, "Regarding the bestowal of marriage, Ijia will remember this. That child, Hong'an, has been by Ijia's side for a few years, and Ijia can clearly see that he has a good temper. It's just that Ijia also has to ask for Hong'an's opinion on this matter. If Hong'an has no opinion, Ijia will not be the one to break up an affectionate couple. Ijia has always been one to help others achieve their goals." Xiao Xiao bowed and said, "Many thanks for Empress Dowager's grace." Empress Dowager Ida smiled and said a few more words. After taking Xiao Xiao away, Empress Dowager Ida leaned back on the soft couch. She was somewhat absent-minded, and all the hostility in her body seemed to have been removed in an instant. Gugu Yang hurriedly brought a cup of hot tea to the Empress Dowager's hand. Empress Dowager Ida unconsciously took the cup and gently rubbed the lid. Then, she murmured, "He actually came to the Palace of Benevolence and Peace. I didn't expect to see him enter the Palace of Benevolence and Peace in this life." Nyang. Gugu Yang gently comforted her, "Xiao Wangye is just a bit cold, but his heart is like a bright mirror." "Nyang, are you really going to give Xiao Wangye and Princess a marriage? What will happen if I don't?" Empress Dowager Ida looked a bit tired. She sighed and said, "This is what Ijia owes him, the emperor also owes him. If he wants that position, no one will say that he is wrong. Not to mention, it's just a marriage." Gugu Yang hesitated and said, "This slave saw that Xiao Wangye just said that he has feelings for Princess. It doesn't seem to be fake. He truly loves Hong'an." Empress Dowager Ida sighed deeply. "This is what Ijia is worried about. Hong'an's temperament is even colder than him. Usually, he looks gentle, but in fact, he doesn't care about anything. If Ah Xiao can't move Hong'an, then Ijia will give them a marriage in vain. Empress Dowager Ida frowned. Besides, the emperor has already chosen him. She is the daughter of Binhai's governor, Yao family. She is good at literature and martial arts. She is not inferior to a man. What is the emperor thinking? Ijia knows it very well. I'm afraid that if Ijia bestows a marriage, the emperor will find trouble with Hongan. She paused. Jiang family is also a big trouble. Ijia always feels that if Ah Shao marries Hongan, he will have a lot of difficulties in the future. Gu Guyang smiled and rubbed Empress Dowager Ida's shoulders. She comforted her. Nyang Nyang, why do you think so much? Xiao Wangye is not an ordinary person. Hongan Junju is also a sensitive person. How can she be defeated so easily? Since Xiao Wangye likes Hongan Junju, then she must have something special about her. Besides, Xiao Wangye is the dream of all the women in the world. So, how can she not like him? Life will always get better and better. Nyang Nyang, please be more open-minded. Gu Guyang's words were considerate and pleasant to the ear, and Empress Dowager Ida's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Perhaps she thought of something, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. You're right, the days are always getting better. Ijia was confused. This is a good thing, so what am I worried about? When the sun goes down, Ijia will call Hongan to talk about this matter. Chapter 146. Jiang Yuan did not know what had happened in the Palace of Compassionate Peace, but in this world, everything was predestined. Even coincidences could easily happen. There were also people who thought of the same thing as Xiao Xiao. In the Zongbing Darren Fu, Gui sent away the manservant and was about to sneak out of the Fu when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Where are you going? Gui's face fell and he turned around in embarrassment. Sure enough, he saw Gu Furen standing behind him. She walked a few steps to him and reproached, now that it's so chaotic outside, where do you still want to go? Gu Yi's eyes darted around a few times, and he suddenly had an idea. I want to enter the palace to see Biao Jijie. Gu Yi's Biao Jijie was also a talented person in the palace, and the two siblings originally had a good relationship. Ever since Biao Jijie entered the palace, Gu Yi had not seen her for a long time. However, this reason was somewhat far-fetched. Gu Furen raised her eyebrows and said, Oh. Looking for Biao Jijie, isn't it the same as looking for Hong and Junju? Nyang Gu Yi was somewhat anxious. She and I are friends. Now that she's in an awkward situation, I can't just ignore her. I just want to show some concern for her. Gu Furen looked at him resentfully. Concern for her. Now is the time where the wind and waves are the fiercest. Even if you don't want your life, don't involve the entire Fu. It's hard to say what Jiang Xing's current situation is. Be careful not to be dragged into this. Our Fu is innocent, we can't get involved in these things for no reason. I just want to comfort her. It's not as complicated as Nyang thinks. Gu Yi hurriedly said, Nyang, I can't be a vile person who sways according to the wind. Gu Furen sighed and looked at her stubborn son. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Her son had grown up and had his own ideas, but Gu Furen was very clear about Gu Yi's thoughts. He still missed Jiang Yuan. She originally thought that it was a child's momentary affection, but after such a long time, he still hadn't let go. For Gu Yi, this might not be a good thing. Seeing that Gu Furen's expression had loosened, Gu Yi was delighted and said to Gu Furen, Nyang, I will go with Imu to send something to Biao Jijie. We'll be back soon. Gu Furen didn't say anything, implying that she had tacitly agreed. Gu Yi hurriedly ordered the manservant to prepare the horse, turned around, and left the courtyard. Mo at the side said, Madam is letting young master go just like that. Hong and Junju is a smart person, Gu Furen said faintly. Let him go. It's good to cut off his thoughts. At the same time, in the capital governor's manor. The maidservant handed over a small cup of snow pear stewed with sugar. The sugar water had been boiled until it was sticky, and it looked exceptionally beautiful in the crystal-clear cup. The maidservant put the sweetened water aside and reached out to help the person curled up on the couch. "Miss, get up and drink some sweetened water." "Don't." A weak voice could be heard, and it sounded like it was sobbing and nasal. The maidservant was in a difficult position and gently advised, "Miss, you don't have to worry too much. The truth is not out yet. Perhaps it hasn't reached the worst stage yet. Why do you want to delay your own health?" The person lying on the bed seemed to be touched by these words. His shoulders trembled, and he became even sadder. After a while, he slowly sat up, revealing a haggard and pale face. It was Dong Yinger. Dong Yinger wore a honey-colored lined jacket. Her hair was combed into a simple bun, and the rest of it was draped messily behind her head. She no longer looked as lively and delicate as before. She was only the age of a flower, but she looked old. Her eyes were swollen from being soaked in tears for a long time, and the hair on both sides of her cheeks were wet with tears. She looked very pitiful. She licked her dry lips and asked, "What time is it now?" Outside the room, Dong Darren and Dong Furen were deeply worried. Dong Darren placed the teacup in his hand on the table and sighed heavily. Since it has come to this, Yinger has no other choice. Dong Furen's eyes were abnormally resolute. "I cannot have anything to do with Jiang Xing. After this matter, it's good that Yinger can give up on him." Furen, Dong Darren shook his head. "Yinger looks gentle on the surface, but she is extremely stubborn on the inside. I'm afraid she will do something stupid. I know my daughter better than you do." Dong Furen said, "It's better to get the pain over with. Being sad is better than being obsessed with something impossible for the rest of your life. Besides, you know the situation in the Fu better than anyone else. This is the only path we can take now." She stood up, seeming to have made up her mind. "I will go in and try to persuade her." Dong Yinger sat on the couch in a daze, like a lifeless clay doll. Dong Furen had just entered the room when she saw this scene, and her heart couldn't help but ache. She waved her hand to dismiss the servant girl, then walked to the side of the couch and sat down. She warmly called out, "Yinger." After a long time, Dong Yinger seemed to finally react. She turned her head to look at Dong Furen's face, which was very close to hers. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings when she met her mother's loving gaze. She only managed to call out, "Mother," before she could say anything else. She leaned against Dong Furen's body and began to cry bitterly. Who could have known that when she heard that the border was in a state of emergency and that Jiang Xing had been defeated and captured, her heart was filled with shock and pain. If she wasn't a girl, she probably would have flown to the border personally to see what it looked like. Dong Yinger's pain was unbearable when she thought of such a wise, heroic, and handsome man ending up like countless soldiers, becoming a pile of dirt on the battlefield. The pitiful bones by the Wooding River were like the dreams of a young lady. She hadn't told him that she was anxious, and he didn't know her feelings. Just like that, they would be separated forever. In this way, the hardships she had suffered for Jiang Xing and being grounded in this Fu were all in vain. There was one thing in this world that was the saddest. Before it had even begun, it was already over. Dong Yinger's heart's obsession was Jiang Xing. Now that Jiang Xing had fallen to such a state, how could she not collapse? Dong Furen embraced Dong Yinger and patted her back with heartache. She comforted her like before, "This isn't your fault. Blame the heavens for playing tricks on people. Now that Deputy General Jiang has fallen to such a state, you shouldn't delay your own health. Father, mother, and your older brother all love you dearly. If you get hurt, mother will be distressed. Seeing you in pain, mother's heart also hurts." "Mother," Dong Yinger cried bitterly, "my heart is so bitter, mother knows that your heart is bitter." Dong Furen hugged Dong Yinger even tighter, "How can mother not be bitter? You only know that Deputy General Zhang's army was defeated, but you don't know that the forces in court are becoming more and more complicated. Our Fu originally maintained a neutral position, but Deputy General Zhang's army was defeated. Some things have been put on the table. Our Fu is the chestnut in the fire, and everyone wants to come and take it. Right now, your father and your older brother don't know whether to advance or retreat. One careless move and the whole game will be lost. Isn't our Fu the same as being roasted in the fire? She gently stroked Dong Yinger's long hair. Deputy General Jiang really died on the battlefield. The general's body is wrapped in horse leather, and that's a worthy death. What I'm afraid of is that he will die without knowing it. AI. Dong Furen's voice carried a strong sense of exhaustion and worry. Dong Yinger raised her head. These days, she had been locked up in her room, and even treated Dong Darren and Dong Furen coldly. She also didn't pay attention to the Fu's affairs. How could the Fu have become so difficult without her knowing? She turned to look at Madame Dong. She didn't usually notice that Madame Dong, who used to be as round as pearls and smooth as jade, had lost a lot of weight. Her eyebrows were filled with deep worry, and her expression was very haggard. Dong Yinger's heart paused, and she asked, "Mother, what happened?" "It has nothing to do with you." Dong Furen smiled and patted her head. "As long as you are well, Mother's heart will be happier than anything else." Dong Yinger didn't think so. Just now, Dong Furen's words had deeply pierced her heart. Originally, she loved Jiang Xing, but now, regardless of whether Jiang Xing was captured or killed in battle, it was impossible for her to be with him in this life. Now that she had broken off her engagement with the Chang family, there was no turning back in the future. In any case, there was nothing to live for. Originally, she had wanted to end all troubles once and for all, but when she saw Jiang Furen's situation, she changed her mind. In this world, the only people who could stay by her side forever and treat her as well as they always had were her family. Originally, she had disobeyed her family for Jiang Xing. Since she no longer had any other wishes in this life, why not fulfill them? She looked at Dong Furen. "Mother, I'm going to the palace." "You?" Dong Furen was stunned, and forced a smile. "You should rest for now. After all these things have happened, the most important thing is to rest and recuperate. Don't think too much about other things." "Mother," Dong Yinger smiled gently. In an instant, the mischievous look in her bright eyes seemed to vanish into thin air, and was replaced by a faint coldness. Since the Fu is in such a difficult situation, Gage and father still have to establish themselves in the court. If we're not careful, we'll become someone else's raft. If I enter the palace, at least I can ask for His Majesty's protection, and at least I can gain His Majesty's trust in the Dong family. She suddenly stood up, knelt down in front of Dong Furen, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. "Your daughter is unfilial. It was your daughter's fault in the first place. For my own selfish reasons, I abandoned the Dong Fu. Please, mother, give your daughter a chance to make up for it. Let your daughter enter the palace." Her tone was firm, as if she no longer had a trace of attachment to Jiang Xing. Even the deep pain in her eyes had disappeared in an instant, as if she had never loved a military general named Jiang Xing. Dong Furen looked at her, not knowing whether to be happy or sad in her heart. A myriad of emotions transformed into a long sigh. That Jiang Xing, in the end, had turned Dong Yinger into a completely different person. Dong Yinger's life had been rewritten. At this moment, the mischievous and unrestrained days of a young girl had come to an end. From now on, Dong Yinger would enter the depths of the palace. In the cage of intrigue and politics, she would advance step by step in order to obtain temporary prosperity and glory for herself and her family. As she walked out of Dong Yinger's room, Master Dong came up to her and asked, "Furen, how is it?" Dong Furen was silent. She slowly closed her eyes and stood in front of the statue of Guanyin in the hall. At the same time, she clasped her hands together and a drop of tear quickly splashed out, falling into the incense burner and disappearing in the blink of an eye. She could only use the rest of her life to atone for her sins. She only wished for peace and happiness in this life, even if it was just an extravagant wish. In the garden outside the princess palace, Jiang Wan raised her eyes to look at the young man in front of her. Gu Yi was dressed in a lake green brocade robe with a large pattern of auspicious clouds embroidered on his chest. His black eyes were fixed on Jiang Wan, and there was a hint of nervousness in them. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the time they first met on the Ling Long boat a few years ago. The youth was a proud son of heaven from a wealthy family. Like the large peonies in this hall, his life was full of flowers and he was born to make people stop and admire him. At that time, it was just a superficial use. Now, things remained the same, but people had changed. The youth had grown into a young man, but his gaze seemed to be more sincere than before. The frivolity had receded a little, and there was more calmness. However, the person he was looking at was still the same. Master Gu. Jiang Wan nodded. She could smile warmly at the person who was vicious in her heart, but she could only face this persistent adoration with coldness. Miss Jiang. Gu Yi did not call her Hong and Junju. In Gu Yi's heart, Jiang Wan was like the Ruan Yang of the Jiang family when he first met her. He was stunned by her beauty. A fair and graceful lady, a gentleman's match. Later, Jiang Wan followed the Empress Dowager to the imperial mausoleum. 3 years later, she returned in glory and splendor. Gu Yi was shocked to discover that it was as if an unpolished jade covered in dust had finally been unearthed. It had already been carved a little, and it was increasingly difficult for people to take their eyes off her. However, although he was the son of the general of the army, he still had to be cautious with his words and actions. Jiang Wan was now the princess of Honghen, and it was rare for him to come into contact with her. Moreover, Gu Darren had explicitly forbidden him from getting too close to Jiang Wan. When news of Jiang Xianji's defeat came, Gu Yi could no longer bear it. In his opinion, the ending of a defeated deputy general could be imagined. Jiang Wan was in the palace and had no intention of being pushed to the heart of the struggle. The longer she stayed in the palace, the more dangerous it would be. It was inevitable that she would be implicated because of Jiang Xing. Gu Yi opened his mouth and said, "Miss Jiang, regarding your brother's matter, I hope Miss will be at ease." "Many thanks for Master Gu's consolation," Jiang Ruan said lightly. Seeing Jiang Ruan's attitude, Gu Yi was momentarily perturbed. However, when he thought of what he was going to say next, he was immediately filled with courage. "Miss Jiang, now that Deputy General Jiang's life and death are unknown, it is really too dangerous for Miss Jiang to stay in the palace. Now that the imperial court is in chaos, and Miss Jiang and Deputy General Jiang are siblings, it is inevitable that someone will implicate Miss Jiang because of Deputy General Jiang. Even the Empress Dowager has areas that she cannot attend to. I have a solution." Jiang Wan raised her eyebrows and the corners of her lips rose. "Oh. What solution does Master Gu have?" Gu Yi's heartbeat quickened under her gaze, and he paused before saying, "As long as Miss Jiang quickly gets engaged, it will have nothing to do with the Jiang Fu. In the future, if someone uses Deputy General Jiang as a raft again, Miss Jiang is not a member of the Jiang Fu, so naturally, you will not be able to blame it on them. Master Gu's words are reasonable." Jiang Wan sighed and said with a smile, "But at this time, who would be willing to get engaged with me? It would be too late to hide." "Me." Gu Yi blurted out, but when he saw Jiang Ruan's expression, he hesitated for a moment. Mustering his courage, he said, "I have been in love with Miss Mu for a long time, and the military office is not something that can be shaken by thieves and thieves. If Miss Jiang is willing to get engaged with me, I will definitely protect Miss Jiang well and not let Miss Jiang suffer any grievances. With the military office to rely on, Miss Jiang will not be framed by others and cause trouble. Jiang Yuan smiled as she looked at the young man in front of her. The man's gaze was full of hope, and even his emotions were blazing. In her previous life, she had received the reputation of being a demoness, but she had never encountered such a passionate expression. Unfortunately, Gu Yi had met her in this life. Even such a clean and passionate confession could not move her in the slightest. She lowered her eyes. I will only ask Master Gu one question, what does Gu Darren say? Gu Yi stiffened. What did his father say? His father had personally told him to give up on the idea of putting the military office on a fire to roast because of a woman. However, he looked at Jiang Yuan. I will personally convince father. Jiang Yuan shook her head. Gu Darren will not be convinced by you. Her tone was gentle. Many thanks for Master Gu's good intentions, but I know that my identity is awkward. How can I marry into the military office? Not only Gu Darren, but Gu Furen will also not agree. Going against the wishes of family to get engaged, in the end, it will only add a pair of resentful couples. Master Gu has given me this kind intention, and I will keep it well in this life. However, if I insist on persisting with this intention, I will become unrecognizable. This is really not what I want. Gu Yi was somewhat anxious. Miss Jiang, Master Gu, Jiang Yuan interrupted him. Master Gu is no longer a young man. You know that you must pay the price for everything. Is it really worth it for the military office to pay such a price for me? You know, if you marry me, the military office will always be targeted. The military office has climbed to the position it is today because of one decision by Master Gu, and his career will be obstructed. Gu Furen will also be worried because of this. But for a woman, Master Gu, is it really worth it? Gu Yi was somewhat dumbfounded by Jiang Yuan's question. His originally confident mind could not help but become hesitant. For a Jiang Yuan, was it really worth it to put the military office in such a state? Jiang Yuan took a step back and said with a smile, Wan Yang thanks Master Gu for coming here today to say these words. Such a precious intention, Wan Yang will remember it well. When we meet in the future, we will still be friends. It's just that the fate of being companions is gone in this life. Gu Yi only felt numb and bitter in his mouth, so bitter that it made his heart ache. The beauty was close at hand, but separated by thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, and it was impossible for them to be together in this life. Although Gu Yi was impulsive, he was also able to distinguish the pros and cons. If someone else had said these words to him, he feared that he would not have listened. However, it was Jiang Yuan, his sweetheart, that gradually cooled his heart. He laughed bitterly. I understand. Then, if you were not a Junju, and I was not the son of the military office, do you think it is possible to fulfill this fate? There are no ifs in this world. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. Gu Yi took 2 steps back, his face full of undisguised sadness. There are no ifs. He shook his head, as if he had grown up in an instant. The reluctance to part with her in his eyes made people's hearts clench. He turned around and walked away, but after 2 steps, he stopped and said, I also only have one question, Miss Jiang's feelings, have you ever stopped for a moment? No. Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. Gu Yi's body swayed, and he paused for a moment before he walked away with large strides. Watching Gu Yi's back disappear, Jiang Yuan lowered her eyes and turned to return to the princess palace. When she turned around, she saw that under the osmanthus tree, a young man dressed in black was quietly looking at her. She did not know how long he had been standing there. Chapter 147. Jiang Yuan was slightly startled and walked to Xiao Xiao's side. Why are you here? If their statuses are comparable, will you really agree to marry him? Xiao Xiao did not answer her question, but instead asked an irrelevant question. Yes. Jiang Yuan said, if I can be sheltered and have a plot, why not marry into the Gu family? However, the Gu family can't even protect themselves now, so it is not the best plan. Xiao Xiao looked down at her, and a certain emotion flashed in his eyes. If there is a suitable family, you will marry. Why not? Jiang Wan asked. Xiao Xiao looked at her for a while, and just when he thought that Jiang Wan thought he would remain silent, he said, "Then what do you think of me?" Jiang Wan was stunned. Xiao Xiao said, "Jining Wangfu reports directly to His Majesty, so there is no need to worry about establishing a faction. The power is enough to protect you. There are no parents-in-law, no crafty servants. If you enter the Wangfu, you will be the natural master. No one will dare to bully you, and only you will be respected. Is this family satisfactory?" His words were serious, and his black robes were like the auspicious black gold qilin at the entrance of Jining Wangfu in autumn. His eyes were as deep as the stars, and when he looked at people, the starlight was resplendent, like the Milky Way in the ninth heaven, causing people to drown in the vast and boundless starry sky. Such a youth asked, "Is this satisfactory?" This was the dream of countless girls in the great Jin dynasty. At this moment, with such a serious attitude, how could one not be absent-minded? Jiang Wan was silent for a moment, then said, "You want to marry me, why?" "You are clear about the situation in the palace," Xiao Xiao said, "living in Jining Wangfu will definitely protect you." "I don't want anyone to protect me," Jiang Wan interrupted him, "welcoming me into the Fu is just inviting disaster." Xiao Xiao was silent, then asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Jiang Wan repeated in a low voice. Suddenly, she raised her head and smiled. That smile was charming, and it contained a sarcasm that could be carved into the bone. She was clearly dressed in a deep black robe, but it was as if she had stepped out of a sea of fire, and her entire body was covered in flames that would perish together. She enunciated each word clearly. "I want those who once owed me a debt of life to come to me with their hearts in front of me, and those who look down on me can only look up at me forever. I want the Purple King to shudder when he sees me, and I want to trample on lovely land." Xiao Xiao looked deeply at the young girl in front of him. This seemed to be the first time that she did not conceal her hatred and hostility in front of him. He had always known that Jiang Wan had a secret in her heart, but now he knew that this secret was not as simple as he had imagined. Each of these words was like a heavy hammer, powerful and resounding. What kind of fortuitous encounter could make her say such treasonous, yet matter-of-fact words? "Now you understand. I am a demoness who brings calamity to a nation. Wherever I am, I will bring calamity to that place. You're a demoness who brings disaster to the country, and I'm a traitor." His robe was like the night, and his eyes were like cold stars. The words that came out of his thin lips were so hot that they almost burned people. "You two are a perfect match." Jiang Wan stared blankly at him without saying a word. "You want revenge, you want to kill all those who betrayed you. If this can make you happy, I can help you. But you are not happy." Xiao Xiao's words drifted along with the wind, but when they reached Jiang Ruan's ears, her heart ached. She was not happy, so how could she be happy by killing people? There would come a day when she would lose herself if she indulged in revenge, and her heart that was blinded by hatred would one day turn her into a vengeful machine. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Xiao. The youth's words were sharp, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He had hit the nail on the head and revealed the weakest part of her heart. Suddenly, the scene in the throne room of her previous life flashed before her eyes. She had fallen from the 9 steps, and Jiang Quan's cold and indifferent gaze had been directed at her. Xian Li had declared, word by word, that she was a demoness who brought disaster to the country. Her heart suddenly ached. There was no turning back in hell, and there was no turning back in the Yellow Springs. If this life of hers was a gift from the heavens, giving her a chance to take revenge, even if she had to burn herself to death in the end, she would not hesitate. But she just had to meet him in this life. She slowly lowered her eyes, and a bitter smile slowly appeared at the corner of her lips. I've known for a long time. Xiao Xiao, I've fallen into a nightmare. That fragile expression disappeared in a flash, and her voice was warm and indifferent, containing a trace of imperceptible despair and struggle. But I can't wake up. Zhao Jin put the secret letter back in its original place, and quietly left the door. Coincidentally, she bumped into her eldest brother who had just returned from martial arts practice. Zhao Qian looked at his sister and asked curiously, "Little sister, why did you come out of father's study? Didn't father not return?" I can't find my handkerchief. I went to the study to see if I lost it when I sent father some snacks yesterday," Zhao Jin stuttered a little. Oh. Zhao Qian did not suspect anything, and could only smile. "You're also a girl, don't be so careless and forgetful all day long. If this goes on, how can you find a good husband?" Eldest brother, Zhao Jin impatiently scratched her ear, and suddenly thought of something. She leaned close to Zhao Qian and said, "Eldest brother, are you, second brother, and father going to war?" Zhao Qian's expression changed, and his tone became serious. "Where did you hear this from? Why are you so fierce?" Zhao Jin curled her lips, and said nonchalantly, "Isn't there an emergency at the border? The war in Tianjin is so tense, His Majesty will definitely send reinforcements. The general's residence has to avoid arousing suspicion, and General Wu and General Guan are not on good terms. Since we are generals in the residence, we can't run away." "Presumptuous, how can you guess His Majesty's intentions so casually?" Zhao Qian reprimanded with a straight face, "Don't say these things outside, or else you'll bring trouble to the residence, and you'll be in for it." Eldest brother. Zhao Jin was not afraid at all. She held Zhao Qian's arm and said fawningly, "I won't tell anyone, and you're not an outsider. This is not guessing His Majesty's intentions, but concerned about national affairs. Just tell me, isn't it? If you guys go to war, won't I be the only one left in the residence? It'll be so boring." Zhao Jin was the youngest sister in the family, and her brothers doted on her very much. She spoke like this, and naturally did not take Zhao Qian's warning to heart. Zhao Qian was helpless, but he truly doted on this little sister of his. Moreover, Zhao Jin was fearless, and even if he said this, she would not take it to heart. Unable to withstand Zhao Jin's unforgiving temper, Zhao Qian finally relented and said, "You only know how to play. How old are you? Once mother finds a good marriage for you, you'll be someone else's daughter-in-law. Let's see if you still dare to be so lawless. This time, we're going to the border to reinforce. The Tianjin army is extremely cunning, and this trip is very dangerous. I'm afraid father will be leaving in a few days." He glanced at Zhao Jin and said with concern, "Don't cause any trouble in the residence." "Got it." Zhao Jin rolled her eyes and asked tentatively, "What's the situation in front of us now? Has Deputy General Jiang really been captured like the rumors say? Is this defeat all because of him?" "I'm afraid it's most likely, Your Majesty." Zhao Qian suddenly realized something. Seeing Zhao Jin's concerned gaze, he shut his mouth and changed the topic. "Why are you so concerned about this matter?" "This concerns our family. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Zhao Jin spoke with assurance. "Naturally, I have to understand it clearly." Zhao Qian found it funny, "The one going to the battlefield is not you. Why do you know so much?" Without waiting for Zhao Jin to speak again, he said, "Moreover, this is all confidential and cannot be told to you." He patted Zhao Jin's shoulder. "Good girl, go back and learn more embroidery from Nanny. Yesterday, mother said that your embroidery of Mandarin ducks looks like ducks. How can you present it in the future? You'd better keep your wild temper in check. I still have some matters to attend to and will not accompany you." With that, he left first without waiting for Zhao Jin to ask again. Zhao Jin looked at Zhao Qian's back and felt somewhat annoyed. She could only return to the courtyard by herself. Along the way, she heard the servants talking about the emergency at the border. All of them were guessing that the war god, who had been soaring to the top and had a bright future, had now been defeated. It was likely that the best outcome would be to die on the battlefield. Her heart felt suffocated. When she returned to her room, she sent all the servant girls away. Zhao Jin sat in front of the table and casually picked up a military book and spread it on the table. However, she was not in the mood to read it. Her mind was filled with the secret letter that she had just seen in her father's study. The border was in an emergency and the expedition was imminent. The original war god had been defeated in one day and was despised by tens of thousands of people. They only said that he was a traitor. Zhao Jin thought of the heroic and scholarly general that she had seen at the palace banquet. She had not had the time to repay the person for saving her life when the benefactor was imprisoned. As the saying goes, a drop of water must be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, the daughter of a military family must value kindness and not be timid. Besides, if she stayed in the Fu, who knows what kind of marriage her mother would be busy all day. Zhao Jin touched the military book in front of her and secretly made a decision in her heart. She did not know what kind of changes this decision would bring to her life. The courage at this moment was very precious. In this world, there are gains and losses. If you want to gain something, you must lose something. The giant wheel of fate suddenly turned. Zhao Jin spread open a cloth bag and put the military book on the table inside. In Jinying Wangfu, the account book in Steward Lin's hands was almost crumpled into a ball. He could not help but look into the room. Don't look. Jin Si casually poured a cup of tea for himself. Master is in a bad mood at the moment. If you poke your head around like this, be careful of touching bad luck. What does a little girl like you know? Steward Lin shook his head and said, His Highness is in the prime of his youth. This time, he was rejected by a woman. This is more shameful and angry than sad. At this moment, he must be thinking of a way to save himself. Jin Si followed Steward Lin's gaze and looked inside. He really did not see any shameful and angry expression on the face of the cold and quiet person in the room. He could only shrug his shoulders. Speaking of which, that Hong and royal princess is really quite capable. There is actually a woman who can reject His Highness these days. As Steward Lin spoke, a trace of disbelief flashed across his face. But that's not right. Last time in the Fu, young madam was clearly very vigorous. Why did she shrink back when such a good thing was right in front of her? Could it be that she's putting on a show? Women always need to be coaxed. His Highness must not know how to coax people and scared the lady away. Jin Si was speechless. He raised his head to look at the sky and pretended not to hear Steward Lin's long-winded words. However, Steward Lin could not easily shut his mouth. He stroked his small mustache and sighed. His Highness is good at everything except for his bad temper. When Master was still alive, he was like the young Master now. He was handsome and unrestrained, and his style was unparalleled in the world. At that time, Master was famous throughout the world. No, his reputation had even spread to other countries. He was a handsome man who was praised by everyone. Master's temperament is much more lively than young Master's, especially when it comes to women. Even if there are 10,000 flowers around him, not a single leaf will touch him. When he and Madame got married, many women wanted to drown themselves in the lake. Housekeeper Lin was puzzled. Why is young Master so aloof from women? It's really frightening. Why are you so worried? Even if you're scared, you won't be of much help. Jin Si finally could not help but say, Old Lin, don't worry blindly. Master is in a bad mood right now. Avoid him if you can. Be careful not to attract trouble. Of course I can help. Steward Lin proudly straightened his not-so-stalwart body and said confidently, I'm not boasting. When I was young, although I couldn't compare to Master in terms of style and elegance, I was still considered an elegant young Master. At that time, there were many young ladies from aristocratic families who adored me. It's just that I couldn't take a liking to ordinary women. Until now, I still haven't met anyone who can connect with my heart. Youth is fleeting. Jean C. could only make an expression of wanting to vomit. His gaze lightly swept across Steward Lin's wrinkled old face, and he silently turned his head away. What kind of expression is that? Steward Lin felt that his self-esteem had been greatly insulted and protested. The commotion outside naturally reached Xiao Xiao's ears. He looked down at the tea in his hand. His long eyelashes gently drooped, and his posture was calm. The secret guards hidden in the dark did not dare to make a sound. Although he was as leisurely and elegant as before, his entire body emitted a cold aura that said, "Today, the prince is in a bad mood, you should all quickly leave." It was obvious that Master Xiao and Beauty Xiao were angry, and perhaps even a little depressed. Within a quarter of an hour, the news of Xiao Xiao being rejected by Jiang Ruan spread throughout the embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guards all felt injustice for Xiao Xiao. With their own master's talent and appearance, how could Hong and Junju look down on him? No taste. In reality, although Master Xiao was a little unhappy, he did not have the impulse to seek death because of this matter. Although he was very pitiful in the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards, at this moment, Xiao Xiao was thinking about something. The secret guards that he had sent out had already gone to investigate, and the information they obtained was still the same as usual. However, Jiang Ruan's words still rang in his ears. The oath that was filled with hatred, the sarcastic smile, and the secrets and hatred that were hidden deep within. However, they could not find anything. It was as if a hand had completely erased all traces of Jiang Ruan's past. However, Jiang Ruan's past was so simple, as if those traces existed in another world. In this world, there was no love or hate without reason. The Yibao Pavilion had all kinds of information, but they could not find Jiang Ruan's secret. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. When the embroidered uniform guards saw this, they thought that Xiao Xiao was still unable to get over the rejection of the marriage. Jean Eyre thought about it and finally plucked up the courage to jump down from the beam. "Master, young madam may have been frightened. Master does not need to be so depressed. Just say it a few more times and it will be fine. From what I can see, young madam still treats young master somewhat differently. As the saying goes, a good man is not afraid of failure and must try more. It's nothing." Xiao Xiao looked at his sleeves. The golden thread embroidered on the cloud-patterned brocade robe was hidden in the cold dark cloth, reflecting a faint luster. There is no need for her to agree, just directly bestow the marriage. When Steward Lin, who was eavesdropping through the crack in the door, heard these words, he could not help but be moved to tears. Ah, his young master finally had the grace of his old master. A man should be so strong. It made one's heart admire him. In the palace of compassionate and peaceful, the fragrance of sandalwood rose in spirals, filling the main hall with a tranquil fragrance that could calm one's impetuous mood. On the bright red soft satin cushion, Empress Dowager Ida's posture was languid, but her eyes were as sharp as a knife. She looked at the gentle young girl sitting on the side, and a trace of deep thought flashed through her expression. Gugu Yang stood silently to one side, and the atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat strange. "Hongan, I'm here to ask for your opinion. Are you willing or not?" Just now, the words had been very clear. Bestowing Jiang Ruan to Jinying Wang as his official consort, with Jiang Ruan's background, was already considered to be climbing up the social ladder. Xiao Xiao held great military power and was deeply trusted by the emperor. It could even be said that he was more noble than the princes. Moreover, his appearance was not bad, his bearing was outstanding, and he excelled in both literary and military strategies. Wherever he went, he would be the moon surrounded by stars. Although Jiang Ruan was now a Junju, it was just an empty title. The Jiang family behind her was now on the decline, and the Zhao family was her maternal family. Jiang Yuan looked at Empress Dowager Ida. Empress Dowager Ida's brows were still as gentle as before, but her gaze was fierce. Although her tone was that of discussion, in the end, there was no room for her to choose. She lowered her eyes and was silent in her heart. Xiao Xiao had actually used such a method of coercion, which made one not know whether to laugh or cry. However, she did not feel angry. Jiang Yuan was clear that marrying into Jining Wang's Fu at this critical juncture was indeed the best choice. At least in comparison, Jining Wang's Fu could provide her with greater protection than other places. She smiled and said, Hong'an does not dare to climb up the social ladder. It is all up to Imperial Grandmother to decide. However, I am afraid that this engagement will bring trouble to Jining Wang's Fu. Gugu lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Empress Dowager Ida's eyes flashed, and she looked at Jiang Yuan with a satisfied expression. You don't have to worry about this. If Jiang Yuan had shown the slightest bit of displeasure, she would not have agreed to this marriage. Even if Xiao Xiao's opinion was important, if this marriage was not a good one, she would not carelessly act as a matchmaker. She had also lived through her youth, and knowing that Jiang Yuan was not completely unmoved. Moreover, just now, Jiang Yuan had not thought about Jining Wang's Fu, and this made her feel at ease. Jiang Yuan glanced at Empress Dowager Ida's expression and looked at her own sleeves. She knew that what she had said just now was correct. Empress Dowager Ida thought for a moment, speaking of which, this matter is ultimately a matter for you little girls. If you stay by my side, I know that you are a good person. Since I have promised beloved official Xiao, I have something to give to him. Hong'an, take this trip on behalf of Ijia to Jining Wang's Fu. Jiang Yuan was slightly startled, and after a moment, she smiled and said, yes. Chapter 148. When Steward Lin knew that Jiang Yuan was coming, he ordered the servants to clean the main gate of Jining Wangfu until it was brand new. He instructed the manservants to wipe the floor 3 times in a row and even applied wax. Even when the emperor came, he had never experienced such an honor. However, this was because Jean Eyre had said, in short, the court's decree of marriage should be coming soon. For the first time, the entire Fu will respectfully welcome young Furen, so shouldn't it be more dignified? Head Steward Lin seemed to have become 10 years younger in the span of a single night as he took care of everything in the estate. Seeing how enthusiastic Head Steward Lin was, Jean C. could only shake his head. How is this a proper steward? Even wet nurses aren't this hard-working. When Jiang Yuan, Dewdrop, and Tian Zhu arrived at Jining Wangfu, she saw that everyone was in sync. Greetings, young Furen. The imposing manner reached the sky, startling the birds in the garden and causing them to flutter and fly away in disorder. The vicious dog that guarded the house barked in confusion. Dewdrop lowered her head and snickered. Tian Zhu's mouth twitched. Jiang Yuan's expression was calm as she said, the Empress Dowager instructed me to send something to Wang Yi. It was as if the person who had just called out, young Furen, was not her. The manservants and maids of Jining Wangfu were all stupefied by the shock of the future young madam's unwavering attitude. While they were still unsure of how the following play would play out, Xiao Xiao had already walked out. Without even looking at Steward Lin and the others, he said to Jiang Yuan, follow me. Without saying a word, he pulled her into the Fu. The manservants and servants in the Fu consciously scattered like birds and beasts. Jiang Yuan blindly followed behind Xiao Xiao. The last time she had come, the situation had been hurried and she had not carefully looked at the scenery in the Fu. At this moment, when she looked carefully, she felt that the scenery was very similar to Xiao Xiao. Black stone and white water, as cold as ever. However, the trees were lush and scattered in a picturesque manner, giving it a unique elegance. The tailoring was free and unrestrained, and even somewhat casual. Compared to the flowers and plants that the Furens and Yinyangs in the Jiangfu meticulously tended to in their courtyards, this simple scenery seemed to move her heart more easily. Xiao Xiao's back was as cold and elegant as ever, but today, he walked somewhat slowly. Along the way, Jiang Yuan was lost in thought as she looked at the garden scenery and did not notice when Xiao Xiao had stopped. She accidentally bumped into Xiao Xiao's back. When Xiao Xiao turned his head, he saw Jiang Yuan rubbing her temples. He was tall, his hands were long, and his legs were long. Jiang Yuan only reached his chest. It was rare to see her make such a mistake. Her action of rubbing her forehead reminded Xiao Xiao of the Sika deer cub he raised in the back mountain when he was apprenticed to Jia Nan Mountain. He couldn't help but want to touch its head. As a matter of fact, Xiao Xiao had indeed done so. The feeling of the furry touch on the palm of his hand suddenly made his previously somewhat unhappy mood clear up in a flash. When he looked down, he met Jiang Ruan's somewhat dazed gaze. He coughed lightly and retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. The Empress Dowager has decided to bestow marriage. Jiang Yuan went straight to the point. She did not say anything else and went straight to the point. Do you have anything to say to me? Jiang Xing's army has been defeated. If Xian Li and Xian Hua want to fight for the military power under Jiang Xing and Guan Yanghan, they will definitely send reinforcements. At present, the military generals in the imperial court are mostly divided into two factions. Xian Li's men are Xian Lang's men. The Zhao family cannot act rashly. Although the Shirong have bowed their heads and pledged allegiance, they seem to be ambitious this year. Once the troops are deployed, I fear that the Shirong will make a move. The southern border is already difficult to deal with. When the time comes, there will be internal and external troubles. I fear that the Jin kingdom will be in a great crisis. Xiao Xiao paused and looked at her. Xian Li is interested in you. If you are betrothed to him, the Zhao family will be held hostage. Even if Jiang Xing is still alive, he will be under his control. If the wind doesn't go in the right direction, the only person who will be pushed out will be you. His gaze was as black as ink as he said faintly, your situation is very difficult. I want to protect you. Xiao Xiao, do you not understand what I am saying? Jiang Yuan said, I don't want protection, I want revenge. I will help you. Xiao Xiao said. You are not afraid that I am a demoness who brings calamity to the country. Jiang Yuan smiled lightly. I owe you a life. Now, this life is yours. Xiao Xiao's tone was solemn, I will not stop you. Is this how you repay other people for saving your life? Jiang Yuan asked, you agree to marry whoever saves you? You are the first. The youth's eyes were like a painting. His posture was cold and clear, but it seemed to be affectionate. His eyes contained a little indulgence that even he himself did not know. Like the sweet dew of spring rain, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, only you. Lu Zhu stood outside the pavilion and looked at the two people talking from afar. She was so worried that she pulled out more than 10 strands of hair. Can it be done? A figure suddenly appeared in front of her, hanging upside down from the beam. Lu Zhu was caught off guard and jumped in fright. She screamed, but she saw that person quickly turn around and stand in front of her. Without thinking, he reached out to cover her mouth. Shu, lower your voice, don't disturb master. Lu Zhu looked at Jin Air in front of her with hatred and said angrily, lecher. Only then did Jin Air let go of her. What lecher? This master is valiant, heroic, and elegant. Countless women adore me. Hey, don't go. Lu Zhu walked away without looking back. Jin Air still wanted to chase after her, but he was blocked by someone in front of him. It was Jin San. Jin San flipped his long hair and said in a flirtatious manner, what? Are you trying to please a young lady? What nonsense are you talking about? Jin Air waved his hand and casually plucked a blade of grass and put it in his mouth. It's boring. You're an experienced playboy, but there are times when you fail. Jin San mysteriously moved closer to Jin Air's ear and said with a smile, you have to watch carefully. The embroidered uniform guards in the residence are eyeing that young lady covetously. Young madam's servant girls are in high demand now. Moreover, Lu Zhu is very cute. There are many people who want to lay their hands on her. Don't say that I didn't warn you. With that, he leaped and disappeared from Jean Eyre's sight. Jean Eyre's expression was complicated and stiff for a while before he spat out the blade of grass in his mouth and strode forward. On the tree, Jean San held a basin and rubbed his hands. Come quickly, come quickly. Let's see if Jean Eyre will slip up this time. Bet on the big ones and the small ones. Hey, hurry up when you place your bets. If you're late, it'll be too late. No matter what, the quiet and cold Jinying Wang Fu had become much livelier because of the arrival of Jiang Yuan and her entourage. Jin Si attributed this matter to the fact that there were too few women in Jinying Wang Fu. Even the total number of women and servant girls in the embroidered uniform guards did not exceed 10 people, and they could only look but not eat. The few servant girls that young madam had brought along each had their own specialties. For a moment, the embroidered uniform guards, who had been vegetarians for more than 10 years, rubbed their palms together and were eager to give it a try. Lu Zhu, Lian Qiao, and the others were simply overwhelmed by the favor in Jinying Wang Fu. If one guard didn't bring a box of pastries, another would bring a bouquet of fresh flowers. Strangely, Lu Zhu complained, subordinates are all quick-witted, but why is master so dull? Although master was dull, in the end, she could not withstand a group of lively and enthusiastic subordinates. For example, on this night, Jiang Yuan was supposed to go back, but as soon as she stepped out of the door, she heard Steward Lin shout exaggeratedly, God damn it, who damaged young madam's carriage? Oh, this horse seems to have eaten something bad. The heavens have pity on it, hurry and find a veterinarian to take a look at the horse. After saying this, he ran over to apologize to Jiang Yuan with an apologetic face, young madam, I am really sorry, that carriage is damaged. There are no other carriages in our fu, and this horse also needs to rest. Moreover, young madam, look at the weather is definitely going to change. If there is a heavy rain and the road is slippery, what if there is an accident? Ah Pei, this old servant is talking nonsense, how could there be an accident? However, it's better to be safe, isn't it? Lu Zhu listened to Steward Lin's rambling, speechless. Why did this horse have to eat something bad at this critical juncture? The Grand Jinying Wang Fu did not even have a carriage, wasn't that a joke? Moreover, with this weather, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, how could there be any signs of a change in the weather? This Steward Lin's intentions were really too obvious. However, Lu Zhu was still quite satisfied with Steward Lin's actions. At least, it showed that Jinying Wang Fu still valued her miss, right? Immediately, she followed Steward Lin's words and said, that's right, miss, it's already late at night, I'm afraid the road is not safe. It was clearly evening, how could it be late at night? Bai Ji and Lian Qiao listened to Lu Zhu's nonsense and simply pretended not to know. Finally, it was Tian Zhu who walked over with a solemn face and said to Jiang Yuan, Miss, the Empress Dowager has sent an imperial edict from the palace, saying that it's late tonight, so Miss can rest in Jinying Wang Fu. She even brought up the Empress Dowager, did she even care about her reputation? Fortunately, although she rested in Jinying Wang Fu, she did not see Xiao Xiao for the whole night, which saved her a lot of embarrassment. However, Lu Zhu was disappointed. She felt that on such a rare night, Xiao Xiao was actually not around, which was really disappointing. The entire Jinying Wang Fu, on the other hand, was very respectful towards Jiang Yuan. The marriage document had not yet been issued, yet they all regarded Jiang Yuan as young madam. Jiang Yuan naturally accepted it without being surprised by the favor or disgrace. However, only she herself knew what she felt in her heart. That night, all the servants of Jinying Wang Fu retreated, but Jiang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. She let Lu Zhu light the oil lamp, and her mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. She simply went to find a lantern, put on her coat, and wanted to walk around the Fu. It was almost mid-autumn, and the moon was bright and round. Jiang Wan carried the lantern and only took Lu Zhu with her. Both of them were preoccupied with their thoughts, so they did not pay attention to the road under their feet. They casually walked until they reached the pavilion by the lake. They could vaguely see a figure standing in the pavilion with his back to them, but they did not know what he was doing. The moonlight flowed down, reflecting the clear and crystalline ripples on the surface of the lake. It also made the figure in the dark even clearer. Looking closely, it was Xiao Xiao. Jiang Wan thought for a moment, then said to Lu Zhu, "You stay here." She carried the lantern and went forward. The person in the pavilion heard the movement behind him and turned around. When he saw that it was Jiang Wan, he was slightly surprised and said, "Why aren't you resting?" Jiang Ruan's gaze fell on the table. There was a jade pot, but on top of it were 3 wine cups. There was also a wet stain on the ground, and there were some traces of burnt paper money on the lakeside. Who was he paying his respects to? Xiao Xiao sat down in the pavilion. Jiang Wan was sensitive enough to perceive that Xiao Xiao's mood was somewhat abnormal. She did not know if it was her misconception, but Xiao Xiao's expression unexpectedly carried a bit of hostility that was not usually present. All along, when Xiao Xiao appeared in front of everyone, he was quiet and cold. In Jiang Ruan's view, there were times when Xiao Xiao was even gentle and adorable. Such an obvious hostility seemed to coat his entire person with a layer of chill, causing fear to grow in people's hearts. The people he was paying his respects to should be people who were very important to him. If there were 2 wine cups, then there were 2 people. However, the memorial day of the old Jining Wang and Jining Wangfei was in winter, not now. Jiang Wan pondered in her heart. She picked up the wine pot on the table and weighed it. There was only half of the wine left, and he had also drunk quite a bit. Xiao Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I have already asked His Majesty for an expedition." Jiang Wan abruptly turned her head to look at him, but Xiao Xiao was staring at the moon in the lake. The moon was big and round, and the moonlight was hazy. It mischievously skipped over his elegant nose, tightly pursed lips, and skipped over his well-defined chin. Finally, it fell into a pair of deep and cold eyes. As the moonlight entered his eyes, perhaps because he had drunk some wine, Xiao Xiao's voice was low and hoarse, 300,000 genie guards, withdraw 100,000 and follow me to Tianjin. He slowly turned his head and looked at Jiang Wan. Jiang Xing will be fine. Why do you have to do this? Jiang Wan looked at the lake. You should not have gotten involved in the affairs of the imperial court. You can also stay out of this matter. It is only a matter of time before we break off our relationship with the southern frontier, Xiao Xiao said. It is not entirely because of you. Jiang Wan was speechless. Just as she turned her head to continue to look at the lake, she felt her hand being pulled by someone. Someone forcefully tugged at her, and the strength was just right, causing her to fall into Xiao Xiao's embrace. Looking down, she saw that she was sitting on Xiao Xiao's thigh. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of someone drawing in a low breath. Jiang Wan wanted to get up, but Xiao Xiao's strength was very ingenious. It was not enough to hurt her, but it also made her unable to move. Sitting on someone else's thigh like this was something that had never happened before in her previous life. However, Jiang Wan was no longer a hot-tempered young girl, and she would not make a fuss about nothing. She just stared at him without saying a word. Xiao Xiao looked at her appearance, and his lips raised into a smile. With this smile, the moonlight in the courtyard flowed into his eyes. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and he was beautiful beyond compare. This young man, who was born to be an absolute beauty, unconsciously carried a sense of temptation, but it also seemed to contain a trace of sorrow and imperceptible pain. Jiang Wan was slightly absent-minded when she felt her lips and teeth become cold. The clear fragrance of wine assaulted her nostrils, and the strong scent of a man gently covered her lips. She was startled, and before she could react, she felt someone supporting her head and deepening the kiss. Her lips were as cold as his, but the kiss was gentle and firm. He licked the tip of her tongue and pearly white teeth, and the warm fragrance of wine swept over, bringing with it an unfamiliar touch. It made people fear, but they did not know how to let go. After the kiss, Xiao Xiao released her. However, before Jiang Wan could stand up from his thigh, Xiao Xiao pulled her into his embrace, and resting his chin on the top of her head, he said faintly, "Now, you are my Wangfei." Jiang Wan was locked in his embrace, so she could not see Xiao Xiao's current expression. If she could see it, she would find that this young man's deep eyes revealed a rare gentleness, and a faint blush appeared on his handsome face, as well as a smile. No matter how intoxicating the moonlight was, it could not compare to the splendor of that pair of clear, cold, and deep eyes. Only when the young girl was in his embrace like this, could he clearly feel that the body in his embrace was thin, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. However, Xiao Xiao knew that it was this thin body that could shake the deepest foundation of the great Jin dynasty. In the past 20 years, Xiao Xiao had never felt this way. In fact, every year on this day, the past would take root in his heart, and within it, there would be huge waves, almost causing him to lose control. He was young and mature, and his temperament was calm and low-key. He was born with good looks and a good mind. Even though his family had suddenly met with great changes, he had adjusted his mentality in the shortest time possible, and outsiders only knew that he was in the limelight. However, in this world, there was nothing that could be accomplished overnight. The pain hidden in the depths of his heart slowly subsided, almost isolating him from the world of mortals. However, he did not know when, because one's mood had softened, the pain and hatred buried deep in the darkness, had dissipated little by little in this warm embrace and light kiss. How fortunate, a person's life had lasted for 100 years, but it was only a moment of loneliness. Hope, which she thought would never come, was now in her arms. Feeling the embrace tighten, Jiang Wan was slightly startled. Her muddled mind gradually sobered up. She did not know if it was because of the remnants of the strong alcohol in Xiao Xiao's mouth, but for a moment, she did not react. Until now, when these firm and overbearing words came out of the young man's mouth, she did not know how to respond. Xiao Xiao was indeed not himself today. Jiang Wan pondered, but she did not know if it was because of the person he was paying respects to. However, was his current behavior because he was drunk? Xiao Xiao had taken advantage of her time and time again, so if Jiang Wan were to make an expression of anger out of shame, it would seem pretentious. However, at this moment, her heart was in a mess and she could not think properly. Thinking that Xiao Xiao was drunk and heartbroken, she sighed in her heart. For the time being, she decided to be a wooden stake and let him hug her. It was good to calm down. Jiang Wan herself did not know what this tacit agreement meant. In this life, although she did not care much about these matters between men and women, in the end, she would not fall into the hands of others. If it had been someone else, how could they have taken advantage of her with a clear conscience? However, if it had been Xiao Xiao, his angry words would have seemed superfluous. She thought about it again and again, but in the end, she was still somewhat discouraged. Xiao Xiao hugged her very tightly, so tightly that she could not break free. She could not see the other's expression at this moment, and she did not know what mood Xiao Xiao was in when he hugged her. There seemed to be a lingering warmth on her lips. Jiang Ruan's gaze paused, and her fair cheeks quietly blushed. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Xiao Xiao, since you are drunk, I will also pretend that you are awake. I will not refuse the Empress Dowager's bestowal of marriage. After entering Jining Wang Fu, we are on the same boat." After a pause, she said, "Since you also do not like Xianli very much, how about I get rid of him for you?" She was always unwilling to suffer the slightest loss. Originally, she had taken advantage of him, but she still said that she was helping Xiao Xiao get rid of Xianli. "You kissed me, but it was only because you were drunk, so I will not haggle over it." When she said this, her expression was magnanimous and magnanimous. However, she did not know that the person holding her in his arms slightly raised his eyebrows. His eyes moved, and there was an indescribable romantic charm. And, she probably did not know that the men of the Xiao family would never get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Chapter 149. The news of Xiao Xiao hugging and kissing Jiang Ruan while he was drunk spread throughout the entire Jining Wang Fu the next day. The servants of Jining Wang Fu admired their master's actions once again. Look, this is called boldness. Although everyone was well aware that they had never seen Xiao Xiao drunk after living for so many years, they all thought that His Highness really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Jiang Wan, on the other hand, did not know when Xiao Xiao had fallen asleep last night. Jiang Wan had asked Tian Zhu to come over and help Xiao Xiao to his room to rest. A multitude of thoughts ran through her mind that night, and she had not been able to sleep well. When she left Jining Wang Fu the next day, there were faint dark circles under her eyes. After leaving Jining Wang Fu, she did not return to the palace. After some thought, she ordered the coachman to turn the horse around and return to the Jiang Fu. Now that Jiang Xing's matter was known throughout the city, it was impossible for the Jiang Fu not to have received the news. Coincidentally, she also wanted to see if the net she had cast had any results. In the Jiang Fu, Jiang Quan was in the Fu today, which was a rare occurrence. In the study, Jiang Chao sat opposite Jiang Quan with a somewhat solemn expression. You said that His 8th Highness wants to marry Ruan Yang. Jiang Quan frowned. Why would His 8th Highness have such thoughts? If it was about marrying Jiang Su, Jiang Quan's heart would still be a little warmer, and he might even be looking forward to it. Now that he heard that Xian Li wanted to marry Jiang Ruan, Jiang Quan's heart was beating like a drum. A trace of imperceptible gloominess flashed across Jiang Chao's eyes. His Highness indeed has such intentions. Then what about Su? Jiang Quan's expression was not worried. She has also reached the age of marriage. Earlier, His 8th Highness also tacitly approved of the matter with Su. Su has not yet been engaged. How could she suddenly be changed? As he said this, Jiang Quan's words revealed his dissatisfaction with Xian Li. A few years ago, the Jiang family intended to tie themselves together with the 8th prince, so they had intentionally or unintentionally probed Xian Li's intentions. The Jiang family only had 2 daughters, and in terms of love, Jiang Quan naturally doted on Jiang Su more, so it was reasonable for him to want Jiang Su to be Xian Li's imperial consort. Because of this idea, Jiang Su's marriage had not been decided. Now, it had been delayed until now. If it were to be delayed for a few more years, she would become an old lady. Originally, she had thought that it was a done deal. At the very least, based on her relationship with Xiahou Fu, she could become a side fei. But now, how did it suddenly become Jiang Ruan? In Jiang Quan's eyes, even the most brainless Jiang Li was stronger than Jiang Ruan. He did not know why, but Jiang Quan always had a kind of unknown fear towards this elder daughter of his who always smiled warmly. Perhaps it was because of his guilty conscience towards Xiao Mei, or perhaps it was because Jiang Ruan's eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart, but every time he met Jiang Ruan's gaze, Jiang Quan would feel very uncomfortable. In Jiang Quan's eyes, both Jiang Ruan and Jiang Xing would oppose him, and they were beyond his control. If Jiang Ruan were to marry into the 8th Princess Fu, who knew what kind of disaster she would bring to the Jiang Fu once she gained power? Regarding Jiang Ruan, Jiang Quan had never trusted her. Jiang Chao looked at Jiang Quan somewhat mockingly. His expression was well concealed, so Jiang Quan did not see it. Jiang Chao said, His 8th Highness specifically wants eldest younger sister. No matter how dissatisfied father is, it can't be that we can negotiate with His 8th Highness to exchange second younger sister with him. It was not that Jiang Chao did not have any complaints towards Jiang Quan. As early as the matter with Xia Yan, Jiang Chao had understood that although Jiang Quan spoke of love, when it came to his family's life, he did not dare to take a gamble for them. He clearly knew that Xia Yan had been slandered, but as a husband, he had listened and believed. Now, Jiang Chao was a popular person in front of the 8th prince, but his colleagues would inevitably look at him with ridicule. All of this was due to his father, who could not see clearly. How could Jiang Chao not have any complaints? Ever since Xia Yan's incident, the relationship between Jiang Chao and Jiang Quan had become increasingly estranged. They were more polite than intimate. It was not known whether Jiang Quan was aware of this problem. Perhaps he was aware of it, but he was just pretending not to know. Jiang Quan also heard the faint sarcasm in Jiang Chao's words. Just as he was about to get angry, he suddenly thought of something and his tone softened. What are you saying? Su is also your biological sister. Don't tell me you want her to live a bad life. Jiang Chao did not speak. He naturally knew that if Jiang Wan really married the 8th prince, Xianli, based on the grudges between them and Jiang Wan, it would only bring them harm and no benefit. However, Jiang Chao could clearly see that Xianli was determined to win Jiang Wan. Apart from the Zhao family and Jiang Xing behind him as a bargaining chip, as a man, he naturally understood the way Xianli looked at Jiang Wan. Xianli already had an interest in Jiang Wan. That was a man's interest in a woman. Jiang Chao smiled slightly. Father, there is no need to worry so much. His 8th Highness wants eldest younger sister. If His Majesty agrees, we cannot not agree. If father is worried that eldest younger sister might say something that she shouldn't in front of his 8th Highness, there is really no need. Because, if eldest younger sister marries his 8th Highness, she will also form a blood feud with his 8th Highness. Even if she enters the prince's fu, it will only make the accumulated hatred deeper and deeper. You mean? Jiang Quan's eyes lit up. Jiang Chao smiled unhurriedly and stretched out a hand with only 4 fingers to slowly draw on the table. His 8th Highness wants to marry eldest younger sister, and also has the intention of winning over eldest brother. However, if eldest brother is really accepted by his 8th Highness, it may not be a good thing for our Jiang Fu. Jiang Quan's expression froze. Jiang Xing and Jiang Wan were of one mind, and both of them could not bear to see anything good happen to him. If he were to really be recruited by Xianli, and Jiang Xing was able to escape this calamity, he would be blessed with glory and splendor, and would wield great power. He would not be able to be mentioned in the same breath as before, and the Jiang family would become dispensable. If Xianli had to make a choice between Jiang Xing and the Jiang family, Xianli might not choose the Jiang family and abandon Jiang Xing. In this way, Jiang Xing's existence would be a great threat to the Jiang Fu. Jiang Quan looked at Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao's expression was gloomy, but his words were startling. If something happens to eldest brother, and it is discovered that it was his 8th Highness who did it, eldest younger sister will certainly be at odds with his 8th Highness. Since eldest brother has met with an accident, he will be of no use to his 8th Highness. Eldest younger sister hates his 8th Highness and will not let the Zhao family help. In this way, if his 8th Highness still wants to win over the Jiang family, he will need a link. He smiled slightly. At that time, it will be easy to send second younger sister into the prince's fu. The expression on Jiang Chao's face was too unfamiliar, with a few hints of cruelty that Jiang Quan was not aware of. For a moment, Jiang Quan stared blankly. After a moment, he regained his composure and said, "You say it lightly, but how will you let something happen to him? Moreover, even his 8th Highness has been included in this matter. This is not appropriate." Jiang Chao was somewhat contemptuous of Jiang Quan's words. He disdained the weakness in his father's bones. If one was always overcautious and indecisive, how could one have a good future? Besides, he already had a plan in mind for this matter. Whether Jiang Quan agreed or not, it would be the same. Thinking of this, Jiang Chao felt that wasting time with Jiang Quan here was a dull and uninteresting matter, so he casually said a few perfunctory words. Jiang Quan saw that his son was absent-minded. Although he was somewhat angry in his heart, he also knew that this son of his was Xian Li's trusted aide. He could neither beat nor scold him, so he could only let him be. After speaking with him for a short while, he let Jiang Chao go back first. The carriage stopped outside the Jiang Fu's gates. The guard at the gate opened the gates, and Jiang Wan and the others walked in. As usual, they welcomed them, but their gazes were always somewhat sizing them up. Needless to say, it was obvious that they wanted to see how long she, as a Junju, could be complacent for. When Jiang Wan had been conferred the title of Junju, although her status was high, the one who called the shots in the Fu was still Jiang Quan. The servants would not offend Jiang Quan in order to curry favor with Jiang Wan. Now that Jiang Xing had met with a mishap, according to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Wan, the Hong and Junju, met with misfortune. Many of the retainers secretly rejoiced that they had made the right judgment in the beginning, and had not rushed to curry favor with eldest Mississippi, otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain anything good today. Originally, every time Jiang Wan returned from the palace, Hong Ying would always come to welcome her. But today, the one who came out to welcome her was eldest Yang, who was dressed in plain clothes. Eldest Yang said to Jiang Wan apologetically, "Eldest Miss, I am sorry. Fifth Yang's health is heavy, and it seems that she is about to give birth soon. It is becoming more and more difficult for her to move around. I hope that eldest Miss will be more forgiving." Baiji frowned, while Lien Xiao pursed her lips. Originally, before the incident, they had been very diligent in walking around. Those who did not know would have thought that they were mother and daughter. Now, seeing that the situation was not right, they had distanced themselves from each other, for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. No wonder it was said that prostitutes were heartless, and actors had no righteousness. This woman who was born in a brothel, no matter how much she pretended to be virtuous, in the end, she could not hide her nature of changing the direction of the wind. But now that she had said so, what else could she do? Jiang Wan smiled and said, "It's all right." Yin Yang had no other choice. If little brother was injured, I would also feel guilty. Eldest Yin Yang smiled even more warmly. Jiang Wan glanced at her and said, "Now that fifth Yin Yang's health is heavy, I think that the matter of managing the household is not as good as you wish. These days, it has been hard on eldest Yin Yang. This lowly concubine does not dare to claim credit. Eldest Yin Yang was as modest as ever, I only helped out." As Jiang Wan walked, she said, "Yin Yang is too modest." Eldest Yin Yang waved her hands again and again, and only when they reached the entrance of Ruanju did eldest Yin Yang leave with a smile. After eldest Yin Yang left, Lu Zhu could not help but say, "Miss, fifth Yin Yang is clearly making things difficult for Mississippi." Now that Hong Ying was acting as Jiang Ruan's mistress of the household, Hong Ying did not come out to welcome Jiang Wan. Instead, she used such a clumsy excuse that everyone could see, to remind the servants of the Jiang Fu's attitude towards the matter of Jiang Xing. Jiang Wan had once helped Hong Ying deal with Xia Yan. Now, Hong Ying's actions were indeed somewhat unkind. "She is an intelligent person," Jiang Wan said lightly, "she just likes to act smart." In order to please Jiang Quan, Hong Ying naturally had to show her disgust towards Jiang Wan. Originally, when she saw that Jiang Wan still had some value to be used, she naturally wanted to please her, at least not openly become hostile. But now that Jiang Xing had met with an accident, Jiang Wan no longer had any value, so Hong Ying just kicked her aside. It was just that Hong Ying seemed to have forgotten one thing, and that was whether the seed in her belly was real or not. Since Hong Ying had already become dizzy with pride, she did not mind making her even more dizzy. In the past, she had already been given the opportunity to choose. Since Hong Ying had chosen the path to walk, she could not blame others for the outcome. Lu Zhu still felt somewhat indignant, "She's just a Yin Yang, but now she looks like the mistress of the household." Also, eldest Yin Yang, always following around, treating herself like a servant. Jiang Yuan looked at the porcelain cup in front of her. She is not a servant. Miss? Baiji could tell that something was amiss, and asked, is there a problem with eldest Young? Jiang Yuan thought about it. In both her past and present lives, her impression of this eldest Young was very shallow. She only knew that she was not favored, was given the cold shoulder, and did not care about worldly affairs. Perhaps it was because she had originally been promoted from a Tongfang servant girl to a Yinyang that she knew her place. When Zhao Mei was still alive, she was still quite lenient towards this eldest Yinyang. Later, when Xia Yan entered the Fu, Jiang Quan only doted on Xia Yan, and eldest Yinyang had even less of a foothold. However, Xia Yan did not make things too difficult for eldest Yinyang, perhaps because she felt that an unfavored Yinyang with no good looks or background was not much of a threat. When the servants bullied the three of them, mother and sons, eldest Yinyang was as polite as ever. In her past life, after she entered the palace, she did not hear any news of eldest Yinyang. Now that she thought about it, for so many years, eldest Yinyang seemed to be an invisible existence in the Jiangfu. Living a stable life, acting humbly, this was eldest Yinyang. If it was in another Fu, then it would have been fine, but it just had to be in the Jiangfu. In one's life, one would always have their own desires. Just like Hong Ying's desire was to become the matriarch of the household, Xia Yan's desire was to have everything under her control, and Zhao Mei's desire was for Jiang Quan to treat both mother and son better. However, eldest Yinyang seemed to be a person without any preferences, without any special characteristics, and was almost forgotten. She did not deliberately curry favor with others, and was still able to live peacefully until now. If one were to say that she was truly a person without any schemes or tricks, wouldn't that be too strange? In the future, just pay more attention to her, and don't be too obvious. Jiang Yuan said, I hope that she is not the one who hides the deepest. If there really was a problem with eldest Yinyang, the patience and purpose of a person who had concealed herself for more than 10 years was indeed a little too terrifying. As they spoke, they heard a third-rank servant girl report from outside, Miss, fourth young lady has arrived. Jiang Dan had arrived. Jiang Yuan raised her eyebrows. Jiang Dan's movements were rather quick. Was she here to see her make a fool of herself? She smiled, welcome her in. De Jijia. Jiang Dan called out as soon as she entered, the corners of her lips curled into a smile. Today, she was wearing a light orange muslin gown with plum blossom patterns. Her entire person seemed to have taken on a new look, fresh and elegant, and already had a somewhat delicate and pitiful charm. She sat opposite Jiang Yuan and put on a distressed expression, De Jijia, I heard that eldest brother. Is there any news from the palace? How is eldest brother now? At this point, Jiang Yuan was too lazy to even feign civility with her, and only looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Knowing that Jiang Dan was somewhat uneasy, she asked, De Jijia, did Dan Yang say something wrong? Of course she did. Jiang Yuan casually poured herself a cup of tea, and lightly said, the matters of the frontier war are naturally confidential, how can it be easily known by others? If someone with ulterior motives were to make a fuss about it, wouldn't it be a great disaster? De Jijia, Jiang Dan's expression was stiff, and her tone carried a little grievance. Dan Yang is not someone with ulterior motives, what can she do with this information? Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, it is not difficult for fourth younger sister to know these things. 3 days later is the day to enter the palace. She smiled meaningfully, fourth younger sister will naturally be able to hear a lot. If you can obtain His Majesty's grace, you can even find out more recent news. At that time, who knows, I might even need to ask fourth younger sister for information. When Jiang Dan heard these words, it was unclear whether the expression on her face was happy or sad. She smiled somewhat strangely, De Jijia, stop teasing Dan Yang. There are so many talented and beautiful women in the palace, and Dan Yang is only a Shu daughter. She looked towards Jiang Yuan, if it were De Jijia, then it would definitely be the Jiang Fu's fortune. Forget it, Jiang Wan smiled and said, since father has allowed you to enter the palace, then you must have your own uniqueness. Entering the palace is like a meteoric rise, even if one's birth is more noble than yours, as long as you obtain grace, won't you still have to stand aside? Moreover, behind you is the Jiang Fu, with father supporting you. In her previous life, when she had learned that she was going to enter the palace, these nominal relatives of the Jiang Fu had all comforted her like this. Now, she had returned all these words to Jiang Dan, but she did not know how Jiang Dan would feel after hearing them. These words were said with some sincerity. For a moment, Jiang Dan could not figure out what Jiang Wan was thinking, so she forced a smile and said, Dejijia, do you know that Furen has gone mad and was taken out of the Fu by eldest young master to recuperate in the countryside? Second Jejia also went to the Xiaohu Fu, saying that the Marquis Furen is ill and has returned to visit her. Second older brother is considerate. Jiang Wan said, the Marquis Furen's health has always been poor, so it is only right for second younger sister to return. Jiang Dan frowned, somewhat disappointed that she did not get the reaction she had expected. However, after a short while, she said carelessly, but it is not good to recuperate anywhere, and yet she still has to go to the rural residence. The journey there is bumpy, I do not know if she can bear it, second older brother has his own plans. Jiang Wan did not respond to her words, but instead blocked them off. Jiang Dan was helpless, but she could also hear the meaning behind Jiang Ruan's words. She said a few more words, then stood up and said with a smile, Dan Yang still has to go back to prepare some things to enter the palace, so I will not delay Dejijia any further. I will return to the courtyard first, I will come back to see Dejijia later. After sending Jiang Dan off, Lu Zhu came over to pour tea for Jiang Wan and said, she is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Once she gains the upper hand, her eyes look up to the sky. In the eyes of the few servant girls, Jiang Dan's visit to Ruanju today was nothing more than to show off and conveniently add insult to injury. Looking at Jiang Ruan's current predicament, the so-called despicable person in the world was probably someone like Jiang Dan. However, Jiang Ruan's mind was not on Jiang Dan. Just now, Jiang Dan's words, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had revealed a meaning. The prey that had endured for a long time finally could not help but walk to the edge of the trap. Should she wait for the prey to fall in or should she push it? Jiang Dan wanted to borrow her hand, but she had mistakenly treated everyone in the world as fools. However, looking at it now, she did not expect that the first person to lose his cool would actually be Jiang Chao. She slowly took a sip of tea and said, Tianju, go and find out which rural residence Xia Yan is at. Jiang Chao is about to make his move. Chapter 150. Early autumn had passed, and the flowers in the various gardens in the palace seemed to have bloomed even more, especially the big chrysanthemums. They were beautiful purple and red, and their petals were layered and curled into a beautiful arc. It was a magnificent sight to see. Fragrance wafted everywhere. In order to welcome the new batch of beauties entering the palace eunuchs and palace maids were busy enough. Every year, there would be new people entering the palace. Every year, there would be a batch of unknown souls in the palace, nourishing the seemingly flourishing flowers in the land. Although it sounded a bit scary, there was never a lack of new fertilizer, there was always no lack of people who wanted to fly up the branches and become phoenixes. Concubine Shu lazily reclined on the chaise lounge. Her exotic silhouette was especially beautiful under the light of the candlelight. She was also aware of her advantages. She wore a short silk gown woven with gold thread, a fine gem on her forehead, and a long sapphire blue skirt. Her toes were delicate and white, as if she were carved out of jade. This was an indescribable beauty from head to toe. It was no wonder that among the beauties entering the palace every year, this beauty was the first. Concubine Shu looked at her small fingernails as she put the peeled grapes in the crystal bottle into her mouth one by one. The grapes were round and cute. Her cherry lips were even more exquisite, and her pink tongue was nimble. Eating grapes really had a different taste. The unique incense of the western region rose from the cranebeak copper furnace. It was warm and bold, and accompanied by the warm candlelight, it made people feel as if they were in a foreign land. Ever since Imperial Concubine Chen was banished to the cold palace, Concubine Shu's life became more and more comfortable. Concubine De and Imperial Concubine Chen had been fighting for a lifetime. Now that Imperial Concubine Chen had lost her power, the fourth prince and the fifth prince still had to fight for the throne. Concubine Shu only gave birth to Princess Yi and had no children. Naturally, she did not have any other dreams that she should not have. The fight for the throne was too far away for her. Being in the inner palace, Concubine Shu valued winning the emperor's heart more. When Imperial Concubine Chen was here, most of the emperor's thoughts were on her. Even though Concubine Shu had countless tricks and charm, she could not compare to Imperial Concubine Chen's gentle smile and ordinary multicolored veins. In the depths of the palace, the person honored Consort Shu hated the most was Imperial Consort Chen. Everyone knew that honored Consort Shu and Imperial Consort Chen were natural enemies. Now that Imperial Consort Chen no longer had the possibility of making a comeback, Shu Fei had one less formidable opponent and was naturally like a fish in water. However, it was common for beauties to be in their twilight years in the palace. Even though Imperial Consort Chen had lost her power, it was hard to avoid the appearance of a second Imperial Consort Chen and a third Imperial Consort Chen in the new batch of beauties. The beauties were all at the age of flowers. Empress Shu was lucky enough to win against the middle-aged Imperial Consort Chen, but she absolutely could not win against the young Imperial Consort Chen. Even so, these days, Empress Shu's days were much more comfortable than before. Before the music stopped, a petite figure rushed in angrily and crashed into the chaise lounge without looking at it. There was a hint of anger in the woman's voice. Imperial Mother. Who else could it be other than Princess He with a golden dress and a pendant? Empress Shu frowned slightly and waved her hand. The palace maid who was playing the zither immediately stopped playing and hurriedly left the hall. Princess He didn't even look and jumped onto the chaise lounge. With one glance, she saw that the palace maid playing the zither was wearing a red dress. She suddenly felt that the red dress was somewhat dazzling and said, "Stop right there." The palace maid did not know what was going on and quickly stopped and knelt down. Princess He raised her chin and said, "This palace maid looks very loathsome. Drag her away and behead her." "Princess, spare me." The palace maid was shocked when she heard this. She did not know what she had done wrong, but she also knew that it was impossible to reason with this domineering princess. She could only continuously kowtow and beg for mercy. Seeing the miserable state of the red dress kneeling in front of her and kowtowing, Princess He felt a faint sense of pleasure in her heart. She suddenly smiled cruelly and said, "This princess has always been benevolent. Since you are begging for mercy and you are one of Imperial Mother's people, this princess will be especially merciful. There is no need for you to die. Drag her away and cut off her hands." When the palace maid heard the first half of her sentence, she was rejoicing. However, when she heard the second half of her sentence, she almost fainted. Looking at a pair of hands, for a musical slave who played the zither for a living in the palace, cutting off a pair of hands would not ruin her life. It would be better to just die. However, Princess He did not have the slightest sympathy for the palace maid's crumbling expression. She waved her hand and a few imperial bodyguards dragged the palace maid away. When the other palace maids and eunuchs in the hall saw this, they all lowered their heads and pretended not to see the scene in front of them. No one wanted to be the next plaything that this temperamental princess took a fancy to. From the beginning to the end, Empress Shu leaned on the chaise and watched the scene in front of her. She did not make a sound to stop them. There was even a faint smile on her lips. It seemed that she was very satisfied with this cruel game and even felt that it was somewhat interesting. For such an expression to appear on a beauty, it was really somewhat frightening. "What's wrong with you?" She opened her mouth and asked Princess Hee, "Who provoked you again?" It would have been better if she had not asked, but once she did, Princess Hee's expression immediately changed. Biting her lip in hatred, she said, "Imperial Mother, can you kill Jiang Yuan for me?" These words were shocking, but Empress Shu only frowned and said, "Hong and Princess. Why, did she make you unhappy?" "It's more than that." Princess Hee said, "Last time, she spoke up for that little bastard Xian Pei and threatened me. This time, I actually heard from the people in the imperial study that Jining Wang has asked the emperor to bestow a marriage and wants to marry that slut." The little eunuchs outside all heard it. "Imperial Mother, how do you expect me to swallow this?" Princess Hee's resentment towards Jiang Yuan had long been born. From the first time she had seen Jiang Yuan's charming appearance had left a shadow in Princess Hee's heart. Unfortunately, due to a freak combination of factors, she had become some Hong and Junju. In Princess Hee's eyes, Jiang Yuan was no more than an unfavored daughter of the minister's Fu. How could she be compared to a golden branch and jade leaves like her? Previously, because Empress Shu had warned her not to cause trouble for the time being, she did not get entangled in the matter of Xian Pei. If she could still tolerate this, then the matter of Xiao Xiao asking the emperor to marry Jiang Yuan had touched Hee's bottom line. As long as she thought of this, Hee could not wait to hack Jiang Yuan into 1,000 pieces, so that she would never be able to reincarnate. Xiao Xiao asking to marry Hong and Princess. Empress Shu's expression froze. "Is this true?" "It's absolutely true." Princess Hee said aggrievedly, "Imperial Mother, how can such a slut be worthy of Jining Wang? Why should Jining Wang marry her? Imperial Mother, why don't you go and kill her for Hee?" Empress Shu looked at Princess Hee. Princess Hee's facial features were similar to hers, and she was born with a kind of exotic beauty. At this moment, the expression on that beautiful face was distorted, destroying that beauty. Although a daughter could not be used as a bargaining chip in the fight for the throne, Princess Hee had grown up under her care. No one understood Princess Hee's feelings for Xiao Xiao better than Empress Shu. Empress Shu could see how much the emperor valued Xiao Xiao. Although the emperor also doted on Princess Hee, Empress Shu was clear that the emperor would never bestow Princess Hee to Xiao Xiao. Princess Hee's feelings would probably never be realized. Now that Xiao Xiao had someone he liked, Princess Hee was really excited. Empress Shu's beautiful red lips curled up. Xiao Xiao's sweetheart was actually Hong and Princess. She looked at her daughter and sighed in her heart. She should have kept a respectful distance from this matter and told Princess Hee to stay far away. However, looking at Princess Hee's expression, she hesitated to say those words. This was because she had experienced what Princess Hee was feeling at this moment. She watched helplessly as the person she loved flew away with her sweetheart, but the one in her arms was not her. That kind of jealousy, loss, madness, hatred, and the desire to perish together with the other party swelled in her heart, and she felt like she was about to explode. At that time, she had endured it. Did she want her daughter to follow her old path? Without Hong and Princess, there are others. Empress Shu reminded he will have to take a wife eventually, and that person will not be you. As a mother, Empress Shu was more willing to clearly tear apart the truth for Princess Hee to see than to weave a dream that could never be realized. Then I will think of a way to kill them. Whoever he likes, I will kill. Princess Hee's expression flashed with a kind of frightening madness. His Wangfei can only be me. Empress Shu stared at Princess Hee for a while before her lips curled up mockingly. It was unknown who she was laughing at, but she said in a soft voice, "You really like him." Princess Hee bit her lip and did not speak. Since the first time she saw Xiao Xiao, she had liked that cold and cheerless youth. She had followed in his footsteps for so many years, but Xiao Xiao had never looked back at her. She was a princess that the emperor doted on. She was born with golden branches and jade leaves. She was beautiful beyond compare. How could she not be compared to an unfavored official's daughter? What was so good about Jiang Ruan that Xiao Xiao had decided on her? When she thought of the scene of Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan together, Princess He was so jealous that she wanted to rush over and tear Jiang Ruan's face and trample her into the dust. There is no need to be so depressed. Empress Shu played with her nails. Although that old thing, the Empress Dowager, is protecting her, it is not that there is no way. Hong and Princess has been in the limelight for too long. When one person's limelight reaches its peak, she will go downhill. Imperial Mother. Princess He's eyes brightened. Isn't there an opportunity right now? Empress Shu smiled. Jiang Xian's whereabouts are unknown after his defeat. If he really becomes a captive, Hong and Princess will have reached the end of her life. Her current position in the palace is also awkward. At this time, it is best to make a move. Imperial Mother, what should we do? Colluding with the enemy and committing treason. Empress Shu looked at the grapes on the crystal plate in front of her and laughed happily. This crime is not small. Xian Li's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. A few drops of tea splashed out and spilled on the table in front of him. Xiao Xiao asked the emperor to bestow a marriage. He raised his voice. Reporting to your highness, it is absolutely true. The people below lowered their heads. What a good genieing Wang. Xian Li snorted coldly and slammed the teacup heavily on the table. Suddenly, an indescribable rage rose in his chest. This depression came inexplicably. Even when he had been rejected by Jiang Ruan earlier, he had not been this angry. Originally, he had thought that Jiang Ruan was young and ignorant. Now that she had repeatedly rejected his good intentions, he felt that it was strange. Among the princes in the palace, he was the most gentle and outstanding. Why did Jiang Ruan treat him coldly every time? Now, it seemed that she had long been secretly with Xiao Xiao. When he thought that Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao already had a beginning and ending, Xian Li's heart became extremely depressed. In fact, if he could use Jiang Ruan to exchange for Xiao Xiao's support, as long as he said a few words on behalf of Xiao Xiao's marriage proposal, perhaps in the future, Xiao Xiao would sell him a few favors. When he did things, he always considered the greatest benefit. This was the best method. With Xiao Xiao's support, what was there for Xian Hua to fear? But he did not know why. At the moment, his heart was very upset. It was reasonable to say that Xian Li did not have much contact with Jiang Ruan, so there was no reason for him to have deep feelings for her. But for some reason, now that he heard the news of Xiao Xiao's marriage proposal to the emperor, it was as if something that originally belonged to Xian Li had been snatched away. His heart was filled with unwillingness. It was as if Jiang Ruan was born to be his, as if the development of the matter should not have been like this. After a pause, Xian Li slowly tightened his grip on the teacup. Stop him. This. The advisor was somewhat hesitant. If there is nothing else, it is best not to fall out with Jinying Wang. Although Xiao Xiao was known as a rebel and did not have much to do in the court, the civil and military officials were well aware that Xiao Xiao was the emperor's confidant. Otherwise, why would the emperor protect him in every possible way for so many years? The genie guards under Xiao Xiao were enough to make people fearful. Currently, Xiao Xiao had not indicated which faction he was on, so it was best to remain neutral. If Xiao Xiao was angered, whichever faction he chose, it would have a huge impact on the structure of the court. Stupid. Xian Li said, start with Hong and Junju. His gaze fell on the floating tea leaves in the teacup in front of him, and a trace of darkness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Jiang Xian's army has been defeated, and Jiang Ruan's position is already awkward. The slightest mistake could lead to death. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression gradually relaxed. If a crime is charged, with Imperial Father's temperament, wanting to marry Jinying Wang again would be wishful thinking. When Empress Dowager Ida heard that Jiang Ruan was highly respected by the servants of Jinying Wang's Fu, she was naturally very satisfied. When she was chatting with Yang Gugu about this matter, she said, Xiao has always done things in a dependable manner. Presumably, he usually has some intentions, otherwise, how can the servants see the situation clearly? Yang Gugu also praised her, but suddenly thought of something and shook her head. I just don't know what His Majesty thinks. This servant heard that His Majesty is still somewhat dissatisfied with Junju. I also don't know what happened in his previous life. Empress Dowager Ida said, Aijia also understands his intentions, but since A Xiao has come to Aijia, even if the emperor resents Aijia, Aijia will still grant this marriage. It's just that with A Xiao's temperament, he will definitely arrange things properly. I'm afraid that before Aijia can explain things clearly to the emperor, Xiao will think of a way himself. Empress Dowager Ida's expectations were correct, but the next day, when the emperor invited Governor-General Yao over for a casual chat, Governor-General Yao's expression immediately changed. A few days ago, the emperor had hinted at the marriage alliance between the Yao family's daughter and Jinying Wang. At that time, Governor-General Yao's face had been full of joy, but today, he repeatedly shook his head, saying that his little daughter was lacking in talent and learning, and was not worthy of Jinying Wang's outstanding youth. He even made up an excuse that Miss Yao was bedridden and would not recover within a year or two. Such an obvious refusal and fear was naturally seen by the emperor, and he was annoyed that it must have been Xiao Xiao's doing. To be able to frighten the dignified Governor-General of Binhai to such an extent, who else in the great Jin dynasty could do besides Xiao Xiao, who had more guts than the heavens? His actions were as neat as ever, without any sloppiness. With such an attitude, Governor-General Yao would certainly not change his words in the future. The emperor was depressed. The Yao family's daughter was the most suitable one, but Xiao Xiao had gone to ruin it. If he still had other ideas in the future, Xiao Xiao would certainly do the same. As for what method Xiao Xiao had used to change the Yao family's mind, the Yao family would certainly not say. Binhai Governor-General Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing the emperor's expression change again and again, his heart couldn't help but tighten. It was said that accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. Originally, one should go along with the tiger's hair, but today, he had refuted the tiger's intentions. However, he really had no other choice. In reality, the Yao family's daughter was the pearl of his palm, and was indeed his pride. He felt that no man in this world was worthy of his daughter. After the emperor proposed the marriage alliance between the Yao family and Jinying Wang's household, Governor-General Yao was immediately tempted. Firstly, the Yao family and Jinying Wang's household were the same. They were both loyal to the emperor and did not take sides. Now that the court was in a state of chaos, if they were to ally by marriage with Jinying Wang's household, even if the 5th prince or the 8th prince seized the throne in the future, they would not dare to easily act against their two families. Secondly, Governor-General Yao could be considered a person with foresight. Naturally, he could see that Xiao Xiao was not an ordinary person. Although the things he did now were hidden in the dark, there would finally be a day when he would amaze the world with a brilliant feat. Moreover, talent and military strategy were rare in the great Jin dynasty. He was a good match for his daughter. When the emperor had proposed such a good marriage, Governor-General Yao had been secretly delighted. However, the night before yesterday, someone had placed a letter in his study. There was nothing else, only some of the secretive things that Governor-General Yao had done since he had taken office. Who didn't have a secret in the family of an official? However, the ingenuity of this letter lay in the fact that the events described were all vague and intermittent. It just happened to intercept the most fanciful parts. Originally, it wasn't a big deal. However, following the arrangement of this letter, it seemed that it would take someone's life. Governor-General Yao believed that if this letter flew to the emperor's study, even if the emperor spared his life on account of his many years of service, the Yao family would no longer have a foothold in the court. This was an excellent framing, but what was written on it was the truth. Accurately grasping the Yao family's secret, Governor-General Yao could only be trampled on without the ability to retaliate. There was only one request in the letter, and that was for Bin Hai Governor-General to give up on the idea of ally by marriage with Jinying Wang's household. Governor-General Yao was not a fool. He had a rough idea of who the person who did this was. Thinking of this, on one hand, he was angry, but on the other hand, he was helpless. Forget it. Since the other party did not like his family, there was no need for Miss Yao to suffer grievances when she went to the Fu. Governor-General Yao could only express in front of the emperor that he would not marry Miss Yao to Jinying Wang. After all, he could find another in-laws. If a disaster really happened in the Fu, then everything would be lost. Chapter 151. Even after so many years, Jing Zhu Yuan was still clean and spotless. When Princess Yuan Rong turned 14 and reached her marriageable age, the late emperor had opened up a piece of land in the depths of the palace and renovated it into an exquisite courtyard. He had given it to Princess Yuan Rong as a gift. However, the garden was still there, but the person had passed away. Even when Princess Yuan Rong married another country, the garden was not completely renovated. However, the scenery was still very good. After the late emperor passed away, Empress Dowager Yi-De had also sent people to tidy up the courtyard. However, although the garden was good, Empress Dowager Yi-De had never set foot in it. Perhaps she was afraid that seeing it would remind her of the person and arouse the guilt in her heart. Thus, Jing Zhu Yuan became a unique existence in the depths of the palace. It was clearly renovated every day, but it was also a deserted garden. However, the desolation of Jing Zhu Yuan had changed because of Jiang Ruan's arrival. Jiang Ruan had inherited many privileges that only Princess Yuan Rong had, including the freedom to walk around Jing Zhu Yuan as she pleased. It had to be said that the late emperor must have loved Princess Yuan Rong very much. Every part of Jing Zhu Yuan's scenery had been renovated with great care. Inside, there was even a library, a study, and a small courtyard for people to rest in. However, the princess's palace was still some distance away from Jing Zhu Yuan. Jiang Ruan usually did not go there and only occasionally stepped in. One day, a palace maid came from outside with a small basket in her hand and walked towards Jing Zhu Yuan. Looking at the direction, she was probably walking towards Jing Zhu Yuan. The basket in her hand was probably to pick flower petals. Recently, Jiang Ruan had been learning how to mix incense and often let the palace maids of the princess's palace enter Jing Zhu Yuan to pick some flower petals. Along the way, there were occasionally little eunuchs and palace maids who could help and even gain some benefits. Today, this palace maid was halfway through when she was suddenly called, "Stop." The palace maid turned around and looked. Perhaps she did not recognize the person. After looking for a long time, she finally recognized that it was none other than Princess He. Princess He quickly walked over and looked at the flower basket in the palace maid's hand. She frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" "This servant is under the order of Hong and Junju to enter Jing Zhu Yuan to pick flower petals." The palace maid lowered her head and said, "Oh, Jing Zhu Yuan." Princess He's expression froze, and she said, "In that case, you can go." The palace maid looked at Princess He in surprise. She did not expect that the princess, who had always been domineering, would be so easy to talk to today. However, this was a good thing for her. Immediately, she hurriedly picked up the flower basket and bowed to Princess He before leaving. However, the palace maid did not notice that Princess He did not leave. Instead, she stood where she was and stared in the direction she left in. She quietly followed her until she saw the palace maid turn a long corridor and enter a manor. Her figure then disappeared. Princess He straightened her clothes. Today, she was wearing a plain green brocade robe. This was already very simple for someone like her, who had always loved gorgeous gold clothing. She didn't have any makeup on her face, and her entire person was like a completely different person. At first glance, it wasn't easy to recognize her. She straightened her clothes and a strange smile appeared on her face. Then, she followed the direction of the palace maid and walked towards the courtyard. The courtyard seemed to be unguarded, and the renovations were as exquisite as the rumors said. Princess Hee couldn't help but have a resentful expression. When she was young, she had inadvertently heard the palace maids talk about Jing Zhu Yuan. She had once asked the emperor for it, but the emperor, who had always doted on her, had refused without thinking. Princess Hee had a strong temperament. After she knew that Jing Zhu Yuan was untouchable, she never came back and only thought that the palace didn't have such a place. Who knew that when Jiang Yuan came, although she didn't have the garden, Empress Dowager Ida allowed her to come in and walk around. For Princess Hee, this was a humiliation. The hatred in her heart towards Jiang Yuan deepened by another layer. As long as it was something that Jiang Yuan liked or took a fancy to, Jiang Yuan would always snatch it away. The garden was very big, and there were beautiful sceneries everywhere. She had never been here before and didn't know how beautiful it was. Now that she saw it, the more beautiful it was, the more she wanted to possess it. She couldn't wait to enter the garden. However, she didn't know why there weren't any guards inside, and she didn't know where the study was. After forcing herself to turn for a long time, when Princess Hee was starting to get impatient, she suddenly saw a bamboo building in the distance after circling around a huge camphor tree. This bamboo building looked brand new, and it was hidden among the trees. It was indescribably elegant and romantic. This should be the legendary study. Sitting in this study, watching the shadows of the trees swaying, drinking tea, and reading was naturally a very pleasant thing to do. Princess Hee's eyes were blazing with anger, and she had an urge to burn down the entire bamboo house. However, when she touched the envelope in her sleeve, the anger on her face subsided and was replaced by a smile. The contents of the envelope were none other than the evidence of Jiang Yuan's treason. Although Empress Shu had promised to charge Jiang Yuan with treason and let her die without a burial, she hadn't found the right time. Empress Shu could wait, but Princess Hee couldn't. She knew that if she waited any longer, the emperor would bestow a marriage. So what if Jiang Yuan was convicted? At that time, with Xiao Xiao's protection, it would be even more difficult to act. The people by Princess Hee's side were all given to her by Empress Shu. If she let her people do it, Empress Shu would naturally know. Empress Shu didn't allow her to act recklessly, so she couldn't alarm her. However, Princess Hee's temperament had never been one to endure patiently. On this day, she really couldn't bear it anymore, so she secretly stole the evidence from Empress Shu's room, wanting to complete this matter herself. The evidence was none other than the letters that Jiang Yuan had exchanged with the people of Tianjin. In those letters, Jiang Yuan was addressed very affectionately, and it faintly mentioned that Jiang Xing was already safe. There was even the seal of a Tianjin minister on the letter. Now that Jiang Xing's army had been defeated, he was already in a very dangerous situation. As long as this letter was found, the crime would naturally be unpardonable. Almost immediately, Jiang Xing's crime would be confirmed, and this crime would be even more serious. Jiang Xing and his sister had colluded with the enemy to commit treason, acting as spies for the enemy of Tianjin. They were sinners of the Great Jin dynasty. In this way, the people of the Great Jin dynasty would naturally throw Jiang Yuan into prison. In the future, even if Jiang Xing didn't die, he would never be able to survive in the Great Jin. This kind of life where he was hunted down everywhere like a stray dog was the best punishment for Jiang Xing. Didn't Jiang Yuan's heart ache for her eldest brother? She was going to destroy him. Princess Hee thought proudly. She had already made inquiries. The princess's palace was guarded like an iron bucket, and there was no way to make a move. However, Jing Zhu Yuan was extremely easy to make a move. Jiang Yuan normally didn't go in often. These days, she had only sent palace maids to pick some flower petals, which was very convenient for her. It was just that her people were afraid of alerting honored consort Shu, so she could only do it herself. Princess He was not afraid. If the matter was exposed, as a princess, as long as she was not caught with evidence, she could do nothing to her, right? Today, she had followed this palace maid to Jingzhou Yuan. As long as she took advantage of the fact that no one had placed the evidence in the study, and then coincidentally spread the news that Jiang Ruan had colluded with the enemy, she could search Jingzhou Yuan. With the evidence in front of her, how could Jiang Ruan deny it? Princess He's plan was very good, but she had never thought that this bamboo building would be so difficult to find. However, she still had some hesitation in her heart. How could she not see a single palace maid or eunuch in Jingzhou Yuan? Normally, there would at least be servants in charge of tidying up the place, but now, not to mention the guards, there wasn't even a single person sweeping the courtyard. Along the way, she hadn't seen any flowers. Didn't Jiang Ruan usually send palace maids to pick flower petals? How come there wasn't even a single flower here? Then what was the palace maid carrying the flower basket doing here? It couldn't be that she was here to pick tree leaves, right? Princess He faintly felt that it was a little strange, and suspected that she had gone the wrong way. However, just now, that palace maid had indeed walked in this direction. Princess He had only hesitated for a moment before she made up her mind. So what if she was wrong? She was the dignified princess of the great Jin dynasty. Apart from the emperor's bedchamber, there was nowhere else in the palace that she didn't dare to go. This place also didn't have any guards, and it definitely wasn't some forbidden area in the depths of the palace. Since she had already entered today, if she didn't go up and investigate, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Princess He had always been proud and arrogant, and refused to admit defeat. She simply didn't place this place in her eyes. Moreover, she wholeheartedly wanted to put Jiang Ruan to death, so why would she care about such things? A person who had been blinded by hatred, no matter how astute she usually was, would not be able to clearly weigh the pros and cons at this moment. She then lifted her skirt and slowly walked up the bamboo building. The bamboo building was exquisitely renovated. Princess He walked up the steps of the bamboo building. When she reached the 7th step, she didn't know what she touched, but she only heard the sound of wind, and with a swoosh, a sharp blade jumped out. Not expecting such a huge change, Princess He immediately screamed. Before she could react, she heard a familiar voice coming from the bamboo building. Who is it? Ben. Before the two words, princess, could leave her mouth, Princess He felt a layer of sharp silver light on her face. Immediately after, the steps under her feet collapsed, and she fell straight down. With a pang sound, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Falling from a 2-story bamboo building was not life-threatening, but Princess He was usually a delicate and noble. The fall made her face pale. She didn't know where her bones were broken, but she immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed in pain. 9th sister. That familiar voice spoke again, stopping in front of Princess He. Princess He widened her eyes. 8th brother, 4th brother. Xian Li and Xian Lang stood in front of her. Both of them had a look of surprise on their faces. Obviously, Princess He's arrival had also shocked them. Why are you here? Princess He had suffered a loss and was unwilling to let the matter rest. Her heart was extremely angry, and because of the pain from her leg injury, she did not think twice and rebuked them like she usually did. You have caused me to become like this. I am going to tell Imperial Father. I am going to tell Imperial Father that the two of you conspired together to discuss bad things, and even wanted to kill me to silence me. Princess He had always had a big mouth, and she was used to putting the blame on others. Normally, she would often use such words to threaten Xian Hua, but it was just for the sake of her mouth being happy. Today, she just wanted Xian Li and Xian Lang to feel that they were in the wrong, and it would be best if they could help her deal with Jiang Ruan. Unfortunately, this time, Princess He had miscalculated. When Xian Li and Xian Lang heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Xian Lang said, 9th sister, what are you saying? Fourth brother, are you bullying me because I don't know anything? Princess He had always looked down on Xian Lang, and at this moment, her words were even more harsh. I did not expect fourth brother to be such an ambitious person. Why, now that you have chosen to follow eighth brother, could it be that you have become more confident? Humph, fourth brother, I am afraid that you have long forgotten the time when you begged me and my imperial mother. Fourth brother, as a person, one cannot forget one's roots. Xian Lang had always been known as a useless person. Although Consort Xian occupied the position of the four consorts, she did not actually have much status in the palace. Xian Lang had once angered an envoy from another country, and at that time, Consort Shu was the most favored. Xian Lang had personally knelt in front of Consort Shu and Princess He for a full 8 hours before Consort Shu said a few good words to the emperor. If one were to say that Princess He did not have any other abilities, then her ability to provoke others was 10 against 10. She had probably learned this fearlessness from Consort Shu, but Princess He's brain was not as good as Consort Shu's. For example, at this moment, it was obvious that Xian Lang's expression had already changed, but Princess He was still chattering incessantly. Xian Lang had already been threatened by Jiang Ruan the day before yesterday, so he was naturally alarmed and frightened. At this moment, Princess He's words had caused the emotions that had been hidden in his heart to burst forth. Looking at the beautiful, distorted face in front of him, Xian Lang suddenly recalled many years ago, when he was still a youth. Although he was a prince, he had been forced to kneel outside the gates of Shu Fang Palace. Inside, under the scorching sun, the mother and daughter pair laughed and listened as they talked about love and ate iced watermelon, turning a deaf ear to his sweat. The palace maids and eunuchs that came and went were all laughing at him, and he knew that they all looked down on him. There were always some women in the world who had hearts like snakes and scorpions. The humiliation that the mother and daughter pair had inflicted on him in Shu Fang Palace had suddenly become unbearable. So what if he wanted to attach himself to Xian Li? From now on, the great undertaking of the country would have Xian Li's dragon throne, and he would also have an acre of land. With the great undertaking right in front of him, what could a small woman amount to? Xian Lang suddenly cupped his hands towards Xian Li and said, "Eighth younger brother, I'm afraid that our conversation just now has been heard by ninth younger sister. This is not a good thing." When Princess He saw that Xian Lang's reaction was different from before, she suddenly felt a sense of panic. However, she had always been good at pretending and did not show the slightest bit of it on her face. Xian Li glanced at Xian Lang. "Fourth younger brother, what do you mean? This matter is of great importance, there must not be the slightest mistake." Xian Lang said in a low voice, "Only a dead person is absolutely safe." "You're crazy, Xian Lang." Princess He widened her eyes in disbelief. If she had not heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed that the person in front of her with such frightening words was the incompetent prince that everyone in the palace had abandoned. She twisted her body uneasily, but her foot injury prevented her from standing up. She could only use words to threaten him. "Xian Lang, you dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that if Imperial Father finds out, he will chop off your and Imperial Mother's heads? You're just a useless prince, what right do you have to?" It would have been better if she hadn't said it. After Princess He finished speaking, Xian Lang's expression became even more gloomy. He turned his head and sincerely said to Xian Li, "Eighth younger brother, please reconsider." Xian Li naturally saw that Xian Lang was not normal, but he was not in a hurry to refuse. Instead, he suddenly laughed. "Fourth older brother's words are reasonable. Fourth older brother, why don't you handle this matter this time?" His smile was like a spring breeze, as if he was chatting about a painting or an ancient inkstone. He was naturally cultured and refined, but the words that came out of his mouth seemed to carry a cold chill, and the meaning within it made people shudder. Xian Lang was startled, and he could not help but admire Xian Li's scheming. Xian Li had originally wanted to kill Princess He for today's matter, but he was the one who brought it up. In this way, it was natural for him to make a move on her. This was a test from Xian Li. If the matter was not exposed, he would have a handle on him in front of Xianli in the future. If the matter was exposed, this matter would have nothing to do with Xianli. Princess He was extremely shocked, and at this moment, she truly felt fear. She repeatedly said, "No. It wasn't me. I didn't hear anything. Don't kill me, I didn't see anything." Xian Lang's eyes narrowed. Even if Princess He really didn't hear anything today, she saw his sinister side and knew that he wanted to kill her to keep her quiet. Leaving her alive would definitely cause more trouble in the future. Moreover, Xian Lang looked at Princess He, who was crawling at his feet, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a faint sense of pleasure. It was as if he was enjoying this feeling. It was as if a layer of dark thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to see that beautiful body covered in scars and her twisted expression forever frozen. It was as if he could find the dignity that he had lost in that way. He slowly revealed a strange smile. "All right, eighth younger brother, leave it to me." "No," Princess He screamed, and in a panic, she wanted to call for help. However, there were no guards in this desolate and uninhabited garden. Even if there were guards, they would probably not come to save her. That pair of slender hands grasped the air weakly, and as if someone had suddenly sucked out all of their strength, they slowly drooped down. A smear of blood spurted out from the tip of the sword. Xian Lang slowly pulled out his long sword. That pair of eyes that had always looked weak and mediocre flashed with a never-before-seen excitement. It was very strange. It was as if he was a mouse that had caught a glimpse of a delicious delicacy, causing people to feel disgusted for no reason. If someone passed by, they would definitely be shocked because Xian Lang's expression at this moment was like someone who had been possessed by a demon. Xian Li took a step back, as if he was afraid that the blood would stain the corner of his robe. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. The blood slowly spread, and it flowed down Princess He's sleeves. The evidence of crime in her sleeves was also stained red by the blood. The words gradually became hazy, and in the end, even the seal could not be seen clearly. Princess He's eyes widened, and her face was filled with disbelief. Perhaps she did not expect that this incompetent prince, who she had never cared about, would eventually take her life. Perhaps she hadn't expected that this exquisite garden would become her burial ground in the end. The last thing she saw was the clean corner of the clothes of the two people in front of her. Compared to her bloody and sticky body, it formed a sharp contrast. The last thing she heard was Xianli asking indifferently, "How did she find this place?" Chapter 152. Below the bamboo building, Xian Li's subordinates hid Princess He's corpse and cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. In the bamboo building, Xian Li and Xian Lang sat at a table. Their expressions were no longer as relaxed as before. "I just want to know how she found out about this place." Xian Li stared at Xian Lang. Although this place was deep in the palace, not everyone could see the twists and turns and secrets. If she had taken another path, she would definitely have met the guards at the door. However, Princess He was able to enter without any obstruction, so she definitely did not meet any guards. This could only mean that the path she took was the path of one of them. Princess He was clearly not one of them. There was probably a traitor among them. This place was very secretive. Normally, Xian Li and Xian Lang would meet here when they had something to discuss. Today, when they met Princess He, both of them wanted to kill her at almost the same time. Although this place looked like an abandoned concubine's backyard, if other people in the palace found out that the two of them had appeared here, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Xian Lang was shocked. "Eighth brother, are you suspecting me?" He did not seem to know how to explain. "I swear I did not. Why would I tell her about this? I did not say it was you." Xian Li waved his hand. "However, does anyone else know about this place?" Xian Lang shook his head. "Other than the few guards that eighth brother gave me, no one else knows about this place. I also find it strange that he suddenly found this place. If it was by accident, it would be too much of a coincidence. Xian Lang paused and a hint of regret flashed across his face. I should have asked her how she came here. Unfortunately, he had lost control of his emotions and killed Princess He in a moment of impulse. At this moment, he felt some regret and lingering fear. However, there was no turning back. Since she was already dead, it was too late to say anything. There is something fishy about this matter. Xian Li narrowed his eyes. He's sudden disappearance will definitely arouse suspicion in the palace. There is only one way to prevent people from suspecting me. What way? Xian Lang was stunned. Divert the trouble. Xian Li smiled. Princess He was killed, but we can't let her be killed by us. Whoever in the palace has enmity with her, let them kill her. If she can use this to get rid of the thorn in her side, she will die a worthy death. Xian Lang's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was not safe for Princess He to hide in the palace. It would not be easy to sneak the corpse out of the palace. Now that things had come to this, they could only find a scapegoat. However, this scapegoat was not easy to find. It would be best if he could kill two birds with one stone. Not only could he get rid of this hot potato, but he could also get rid of a major threat. As Xian Lang thought about it, a cold figure suddenly appeared in his mind. I know. He became excited. Eighth brother, I have a good candidate. Oh. Xian Li's eyes flashed. Tell me about it. I guarantee that this method will make eighth brother more satisfied than finding a scapegoat. We can use He to fulfill one of eighth brother's wishes. Xian Lang chuckled, grabbed a piece of paper in front of him, and began to write. Tianzhu returned to the princess palace and put down the flower basket in her hands. Sure enough, she picked a basket full of flower petals. Then, she poured all the petals into a wooden basin and began to wash them bit by bit. You're still in the mood to do this at a time like this. Lu Zhu grabbed the wooden basin, pulled her sleeve, and led her into the room. Miss is still waiting for your reply. Tianzhu shrugged. As a subordinate, she had to fulfill her master's instructions. Besides leading the way, finding the flower petals was also the same. She could not attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Regardless of whether it was a big or a small matter, it was something that her master had instructed her to do. In the room, Jiang Yuan was sorting the flower petals she had picked earlier. Empress Dowager Ida had been in a good mood recently and had instructed her to learn how to mix a few bottles of spices. In her previous life, when she was in the palace, she had learned a little thanks to Xianli, so it was not difficult. Now, it was convenient for her to act. Miss, I have led the way. Tianzhu said, this subordinate saw Princess He enter the garden with my own eyes. After waiting for 2 hours, she did not come out. This subordinate did as Miss instructed and went to Jingzhu Yuan to pick some flower petals. Previously, Jiang Yuan had instructed Lu Zhu to inquire about Princess He's movements in Shufang Palace. Once she knew that Princess He had left Shufang Palace early today, she immediately asked Tianzhu to dress up as a palace maid and carry a flower basket to personally meet Princess He. Then, she had Tianzhu be tailed and calmly pointed the way to Princess He. She did not explain to the servants why she was doing this. Lu Zhu and the others did not understand the reason behind it, but they vaguely felt that it was an extremely important matter. Only Tianzhu, who was a martial arts practitioner, knew that Jiang Yuan had called her to the Taoist house and given her a map. As she walked, she discovered the ingenuity of this map. The garden that Jiang Yuan had asked her to lead Princess He to was clearly a very secretive place. The path that Jiang Yuan had taken her was the one that avoided all the imperial guards. This kind of garden looked open and aboveboard, but in fact, it was very difficult to enter. There were many forks in the road, and the forks in the road also diverged. It was very difficult to truly find the destination. If one took a wrong path, they would encounter an imperial guard who would inform them and alert the owner. If an important person was lucky enough to get the news and enter, there was only a garden inside and there was no other information that could be used against them. This was actually a very daring secret room. It was so daring that it was so blatantly exposed in front of everyone. The secret room was in this garden with a large crowd. Apart from the owner, basically no one could enter. Moreover, Jiang Yuan obviously knew the location of this garden long ago. She even knew the path that was the easiest to take. She had led Princess He to this place, so one could imagine the dangers of this place. If it were one of her own, Jiang Yuan would not have used this method. In other words, Jiang Yuan's tactic of killing with a borrowed knife was extremely brilliant. Tian Zhu did not understand how Jiang Yuan knew about this secret room and the passage. She felt that this new master of hers had many secrets. She thought that perhaps even the people of the brocade guards who were in charge of secret places in the palace did not know the complete path to this place. Lu Zhu could not help but ask, "Miss, why did you wait for 2 hours?" Tian Zhu Jie returned before the 2 hours were up. 2 hours is enough. Jiang Yuan's gaze still fell on the petals in front of her. After being washed, the petals appeared even more vibrant. She said, "Killing people only takes the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The rest of the time is just used to clean up." Killing people? Lu Zhu was shocked. She immediately covered her mouth and secretly hated herself for losing control. She asked in a low voice, "Princess He was killed?" Jiang Yuan glanced at her and said, with her temperament, "If she has not come out until now, she must have lost her life." She had known this from the beginning. Those who entered that place, unless they were her own people, had never been able to escape unscathed. Lu Zhu looked at Jiang Yuan and then looked at Tian Zhu. She suddenly realized, Miss did this on purpose. Miss already knew that Princess He would die if she went in, so you let Tian Zhu Jie lead the way. Yes. Jiang Yuan put each kind of petals into a small wooden box and turned to look at Lu Zhu. I had already calculated this. Lu Zhu could not clearly describe what she was feeling in her heart, but for a moment, she felt that her own young lady was really very scary. Jiang Yuan received her faint and fearful gaze, but she only smiled indifferently. Instead, this made Lu Zhu feel somewhat guilty. She thought about how Princess He came to find trouble with Jiang Yuan every 3 to 5 days. Sometimes, she could not wait to kill Jiang Yuan. It was better to make a move first to avoid more trouble in the future. Lu Zhu's attitude was excellent. She quickly retracted her unnatural expression and said to Jiang Yuan, "But how did Miss know that Princess would die if she went to that place? What kind of place is that? What kind of place?" Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. Her thoughts drifted far away. Xianli was a person who considered himself elegant and interesting. Even if he wanted to discuss some conspiracies, he would definitely look for an elegant place with beautiful scenery. For example, that garden was something that Xianli was very proud of. Because it was both daring and exquisite, it was difficult for ordinary people to find it. In her previous life, Xianli had also taken her there a few times. Thinking about it this way, Xianli was willing to put in effort in dealing with a chess piece. He did not put on airs, and he was considerate and gentle. Moreover, he showed her his own secret place. It was difficult for her not to trust him. That place was Xianli's secret place. Xianli often met Xianlang there. Xianli had taken her there several times, but they had always been on their own side. Perhaps he thought that she was a woman and her memory was not necessarily outstanding, so he did not pay too much attention to her. However, he did not know that she had grown up on the farm. Because she had to identify which mountain roads had medicinal herbs that could be sold for money, she was very familiar with the directions. Even if she had only walked it once, it was enough to remember it by heart, let alone several times. Since her rebirth in this life, those memories of the blood feud had become even clearer. She had carefully recorded almost everything that could be used, including this secret room in the palace where Xianli was. She had already drawn a map, thinking that one day it would be useful, but she did not expect that day to come so soon. She knew that after Princess He found out about Xiao Xiao's marriage, she would definitely think of some way. Her Highness would not be able to do anything, and only Jing Zhuyuan would have an opportunity. If she let India pretend to go to Jing Zhuyuan and bring Princess He to the secret room, once Xianli found out, he would definitely have the intention to kill her. Even if Xianli did not have the intention to kill her, what kind of person was Princess He? She was domineering and looked down on everyone. Perhaps she was still a little afraid of Xianli, but she would definitely speak ill of Xian Lang. Xian Lang had suffered in silence for so many years. Seeing that his great undertaking was about to succeed, he would definitely feel arrogant. Moreover, Princess He's existence would forever remind Xian Lang of his past humiliation. Under such provocation, Xian Lang would definitely add fuel to the fire. Even if Princess He did not want to die, it would be very difficult. This matter seemed simple, but in fact, there were dangers everywhere. The slightest carelessness would cause the whole game to be lost. From Xian Li's arrogance to Princess He's anger, and then to Xian Lang's gloominess, every step had to take into account the changes in people's hearts. If she had not lived in the palace for so many years in her previous life and had an accurate grasp of these people's thoughts, how would she have dared to set up this trap? Princess He did not die in Xian Li's hands, nor did she die in Xian Lang's hands. She died in the hearts of people. The hearts of people were strange, and good and evil could be determined by a single thought. For example, Princess He probably would not have thought that her final path to death would actually be guided by an unknown palace maid. And that palace maid had been carefully arranged by her family. Jiang Yuan looked down indifferently. Jiang Yuan looked down indifferently. She had already experienced the methods of Princess He and Empress Shu many years ago. In this lifetime, she had not improved at all. Even if she closed her eyes, she would still know what they were planning. However, if it had been something else, then it would have been fine. But since it was related to Jiang Xing, even if Empress Shu's entire family was buried with him, it would be too light a punishment, let alone a mere Princess He. Outside, Lu Zhu glanced at Tian Zhu and asked, "Do you want to tell this matter to Xiao Wangye?" Xiao Xiao was very concerned about Jiang Ruan's matter. Now that Jiang Yuan had personally dealt with Princess He, she did not know if there would be any trouble in the future. If Xiao Xiao was by her side to watch over her, it would be much more convenient. Tian Zhu shook her head. "Miss has instructed me not to say anything." "Then you won't say anything?" Lu Zhu asked curiously. Although Tian Zhu respectfully addressed Jiang Yuan as Miss, in reality, she was Xiao Xiao's subordinate. Everything had to be reported to Xiao Xiao. Her words at this moment were beyond Lu Zhu's expectations. "Miss is my master, I only listen to her instructions." Tian Zhu's expression did not change. As early as when Jiang Yuan had taken the risk to protect Xiao Xiao, she had already regarded Jiang Yuan as her own master and no longer had any other thoughts. Lu Zhu rolled her eyes and was sincerely happy for Jiang Yuan. In any case, it was a good thing that Tian Zhu had been subdued by Jiang Yuan and was only loyal to her. Tian Zhu looked away, but there were some thoughts in her mind. More importantly, as a subordinate, in addition to protecting her master, she also had to have enough trust in her master. It was impossible for Xiao Xiao to take care of everything. Moreover, the expedition was imminent. Sooner or later, Jiang Yuan would have to face these knives and swords alone. Jinying Wang Fu did not need a weak mistress. She also had to be strong enough to stand by Xiao Xiao's side. This matter might not necessarily be a test. It all depended on what Jiang Yuan did. In a faraway village 1,000 miles away from the capital, there was a farmhouse with 3 entrances. The innermost room was unbearably dirty, as if no one had entered it for a long time. A thin woman carrying a basket of things hurriedly walked through the courtyard. When she passed by the last room, she kicked open the door. The room was filled with a damp and rotten smell. The woman lit a lamp and a curled-up figure appeared. When the person saw the light, he seemed to be very afraid. He hurriedly covered his face with both hands and lowered his head, for fear that the light would refract in front of his eyes. "What are you hiding for?" The woman said unhappily, "Damn it, it's time to eat." As she finished speaking, she heavily placed the things in the basket on the table and put the basket away. Without thinking, she opened her mouth and scolded, "This old woman is busy every day, but I still have to take care of a cripple like you. What's the point of taking care of a broken person like you? The silver is not bad." Originally, the daughter of the Jiang family still had 3 taels of silver in my courtyard. Although you have 5 taels of silver, you can't lift your hands or carry your shoulders, and you can't do embroidery or pick grass for me. In this way, this old woman has suffered a loss. When she heard the words, daughter of the Jiang family, the person on the ground seemed to tremble. She suddenly raised her head, revealing a dirty face. Her body was like a stick of bones and seemed to only have a thin layer of skin and flesh left. Her entire body emitted a foul stench and filth. It was unknown how long it had been since she had last bathed. Only a pair of eyes could still vaguely make out her original elegance. It was Xia Yan. If someone were to pass by and say that this person was Xia Yan, there would definitely be people who would not believe it. This was because this woman was unbearably dirty and looked like a beggar. There was not the slightest difference between her and the most talented woman in the capital, the gentle and virtuous wife of the minister. Unfortunately, Xia Yan continued to struggle in front of the woman, her mouth mumbling something indistinctly. Humph! A trace of jealousy flashed across the woman's face. She looked at Xia Yan in amusement and said sarcastically, "But now, she's in the limelight and has even been bestowed the title of Junju. Back then, she lived a life worse than pigs and dogs in my family. Who would have thought that she would have such a bright future now?" That woman was none other than the youngest daughter of the Zhonglan family, Chen Fang. Ever since Imperial Censor Wang had come to the rural residence to redress Jiang Ruan's grievances, Chen Zhao had been thrown into prison and had not been released to this day. In order to allow Chen Zhao to move around in prison, Zhang Lan had sold all of her family's property and land. Her gambling addict husband had also been beaten to death because he owed someone money. Not long after, Zhang Lan had contracted a stroke and was paralyzed at home. Chen Fang, a young girl, had no choice but to marry a widower in the east of the village. The widower often beat and scolded her at every turn, and under such circumstances, she had gradually become a fierce shrew. Time flew by in a flash, as if everything had been reversed. Perhaps Xia Yan herself had not expected that the servant who had once made things difficult for Jiang Ruan would now make things difficult for herself. She also had not expected that her current life would be worse than Jiang Ruan's. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Xia Yan blankly collapsed on the spot. She had been sent to this rural residence by Chen Zhao in the name of recuperating. She had thought that she had escaped with her life, but she had not expected that this was the beginning of hell. In the beginning, she had tried to threaten Chen Fang to treat her better, but this rural residence was very remote. How could she fight against Chen Fang alone? In front of such a vulgar shrew, Xia Yan could not use all of her scheming methods. She was adept at fighting and surviving in the inner courtyard, but she was no match for the stupid woman in front of her. Chen Fang had snatched her jewelry, forced her to work, fed her the worst food, and lived in the worst house. All of the tricks that she had used against Jiang Ruan had been used on her, and they were even worse. Xia Yan was in a daze, but Chen Fang looked at her impatiently. She thought that this woman was very hateful, but the official had said that she could not be allowed to die for the time being. However, looking at the official's appearance, this woman would also die in the future. It was just a matter of time. Without waiting for Xia Yan to say anything, Chen Fong turned around and left the room, slamming the door shut. The room was once again plunged into darkness. Xia Yan's lifeless eyes were wide open, and suddenly, a teardrop slowly flowed out from the corner of her eye. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.